Cameron this month. October, everyone brought their, I hope, their meeting plans for next year. If you don't have a copy of it, it's down here. We just have to make a, everybody, but does everybody have one to turn in?
No, I do not.
Need one? I have one. One extra one, so I guess we're good with that. Make sure you turn them in, buddy. You need one.
Here.
Would somebody even make one? I think we just need one of the cards. Which takes care of that. We'll need to approve the agenda. I did get a late text from Gordon, who was at the meeting tonight. He has been delayed, and was hoping that we could potentially move him back. So I want to get board approval. He said somewhere around the 8 o'clock hour. We need to get John in here. So if you guys are good with that, then let's plan on moving him to after the strategic report out. But if he's not here, then we'll just have to find a placeholder for him if he's in agreement with that. Otherwise, I need a motion to go ahead and approve the agenda. Dale? First. Jason. Okay, so the approval, or all in favor, say aye. Opposed, saying, okay, so we're good with the agenda. Next item then is the safety minute cool moment, Brett.
So the part of the cool moment, we wanted to, I think it's important anytime we send youth, we've talked about having folks come in and report out. I think it's also important for when the budget supports an intern that we have them kind of report out so the board kind of knows what we use them for and a little bit of their experiences. So I'm going to present to you Elizabeth Westerfeld. Where'd you go?
I'm here.
Elizabeth was our HR intern who worked with us for quite a few months. And she wanted to present out kind of what she learned and everything we did here. So and by the way, do you want to elaborate on how we ended up? Because this wasn't just, we picked somebody, right? You want to go over kind of the process of what we did?
So we heard the board, and you asked if we had told you there's a possibility we could have reimbursement, and you would like to have seen us hire a member or a member's child. So we went through the portal on the reimbursement piece, and that is very specific. You have to have an applicant that qualifies for the FAFSA and goes in, puts their resume on the state site and that kind of thing. So we were not able to get the reimbursement, but we were able to hire not only a member's child, but a member. Elizabeth moved onto our lines about the month before she started. Yes. As a member. So we were very excited about that. And she was awesome. We were so lucky to have her, and she was helped in so many areas, and she's going to share what she did and what she learned.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is my human resource internship little overcap I got going. So the first thing I wanted to go over was what PowerPoint's about. So I'm going to talk about the description of the internship, why I chose Decatur County RMC, the knowledge I gained, the events I got to participate in, the experience gained, and then the overall takeaways. Just read it off. So here's the description of my internship. It was an 18-week part-time internship from June 7th to September 30th. The objectives were to learn about HR reports, compliance documentation system, and record keeping, participating in special events, and create a wellness initiative for employees to participate in, which I actually had a lot of fun with that. I got to decorate the board and kind of bother everybody about it. And then I got to meet with each department to learn how they contribute to the organization, and then also help with the onboarding process and any other related HR needs. Next was why I chose Decatur County REMC. So this is a really good overcap of why this is a really good internship, I think, for like people in this region. So, and I was searching for an internship position. I wanted a place that was close to home. Online, I looked often for internship positions, and I found out quickly there's not many around here. I was thankful to see that Decatur County RMC's job posting for a summer internship opening, and Decatur County RMC allows for students who live in the area a chance to work locally and not to have to drive into the city. I'm not a city person, so that's nice. And then Decatur County RMC gives back to the community, which is something I really like. I would be able to gain knowledge as well as meet people within the community. And then I applied and was happily brought onto the team to start my human resources. The knowledge I gained, first thing I learned was how important organizing and maintaining and filing documentation is in the HR world. I was able to sort e-files, organize important files that must be kept for 7 years. I was able to communicate with future job applicants in regards to scheduling phone interviews and in-person interviews. I learned how to properly communicate with future job applicants and how to match skills for an applicant's resume to their job description. I also had the opportunity to sit in on an in-person interview where I learned how I probably feel when the tables are turned. I probably look the same way they do. But that being said, it gave me a better understanding to how it's important to allow candidates to take their time answering questions and allow them to become comfortable. Lastly, I was able to develop the Health and Wellness Initiative program for employees to participate in order to promote healthy decisions to improve overall wellness. This was the events I got to participate in. United Fund's annual Strawberry Festival, I was able to volunteer and help cut shortcake for the event. The annual meeting event, I was able to meet the members and set up the event. Women in Business Conference here in Greensburg was a great opportunity and really inspired me as a woman. The State Fair Dairy Barn, we were able to help the Dairy Association prepare a bunch of ice cream for the big crowds. We also got really sticky and messy. The Power of the Past booth allowed me to engage with the community, and I was also able to see the Live demo for the first time. And then I also got to volunteer at the Bread of Life with Jeannie, giving back to the community of Decatur County. And then the experience I have gained experience in business communication. I have developed my communication skills by partaking in emails, phone calls, and meetings. Networking was another great experience through the different events I participated in. I was able to meet members and business figures within the community. I have developed stronger professional and leadership skills, including verbal and written skills, teamwork, and organization skills. Training and development skills, I was able to experience different employee training programs to help keep employees up to date on the different policies and procedures. And then the takeaways, overall, my experience with Decatur County REMC has been one that will stay with me throughout my career journey. I am very thankful to have gotten the opportunity to meet and greet a great group of people. And I have learned a lot about how an office setting is ran and operated, but most importantly, gained confidence within myself. So thank you, Decatur County RMC.
It was very good. Thank you.
She got to sit right out in front of me and Jeannie's office, so she got to see the everyday workings of
I
how.
always had eyeballs on me.
Yes, she did, I know.
No slack.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Does anybody have any questions?
What are you doing right now, Elizabeth?
Huh?
What are you doing right now?
Right now, I work at Osgood JC store as a produce leader. I have my bachelor's degree. This was one of like the things I needed to complete my degree, but I haven't been able to get a job yet in it. They want people with more experience, so I'm gonna keep pushing.
What was your wellness initiative?
So I did this huge calendar, and each day there was a different thing you had to do within the week. There was like I think there was a healthy snack week, like a food week. There was the steps week. Yeah, I did every day they had to do a different thing. The one was like a mental health week where I told them they weren't allowed to, what was the one on there? It was pretty funny. I can't think of it. Oh, you weren't allowed to complain for a whole day.
Complaining.
And you had to like compliment a stranger and all kinds of different things. It was just mostly to boost your fitness as well as your mental health. So I had like each week was a different project they had to complete.
Another really cool thing she did right at the end, I'm gonna go ahead and tell them about that because I thought it was neat. We've had a risk on our risk assessment.
Oh, yeah, the video. Yeah, I didn't get to put that in here.
Yeah, for a couple, I don't know, a couple quarters or so, and it's really around confidentiality. What does confidentiality mean? What happens if you know, share confidential information and all that? And so we don't have a real good training platform around that, right? And confidentiality, let's be quite honest, around here is pretty gray as far as like what is, what isn't. But we all have access, you know, to that type of stuff. So she actually put together it was a video that was what do you want to call it? Like an interview type style where she asked a legal attorney some questions. And Jeannie we taped it and it's put onto our LMS. So we're going to have all employees trained on confidentiality every other year. So that was we finally got to check out
Yes,
the risk.
it gives to see my face.
You have a question? Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Yes, thank you. Yes.
So to tag along on the cool moments, United Fund. So we do support United Fund from a co-op standpoint. So employees we do a presentation in front of the employees, and then the company giveaway is essentially a match. So whatever the employees give, we match it, and that's our company contribution. So again, because we support them, I thought I would take the opportunity to show so we're in the annual campaign for annual meeting, or gosh, sorry. We are in the annual campaign at United Fund. So now's the time if you'd like to give. I did set flyers over there on the table over there. Flyers give a lot of information about what United Fund does, where your dollars go. My personal experience and the reason I like the United Fund to give to is it gets spread across many different organizations. A lot of those organizations, 80% of their budget comes from United Fund. So essentially, if it wasn't for the United Fund, and the money's local. That's one big thing I like about it. It doesn't go to some United Way, outside of Indiana. It actually stays locally. So I'm going to show you a short video. If you have interest in giving, there's pamphlets over there. There's a QR code. What you can do is scan the QR code. You can give $1, whatever, you can give whatever you want. So I'm going to show this. So again, brochures are over there. Feel free to grab one on your way out if you'd like to give.
Okay, that'll work. If you guys are ready, then we'll go.
I got one more.
Sure.
Sorry. Okay. So from a safety moment standpoint this month, I was contacted by Brad Spear about 3 days ago. And he wanted to give me kind of a heads up of some things that they're seeing and the fact that they'll support us if need be. But it's really about tampering with meters. Electricity rates have gone up. It's becoming very common. Actually, the account that he had called me about specifically was a Duke account, but the meter was taken. They had hooked up a generator to the actual meter socket. And so he just wanted us to be aware. So, one thing I would say is people don't realize that these meters dealing with the sockets and stuff, it can short circuit, produce an arc flash bright enough to cause blindness and powerful enough to launch large fragments and shrapnel like debris. So, could cause serious injury. And I guess this is from a safety minute is just a standpoint that our guys are looking for. It's not only theft, it's a big serious safety concern. So.
Okay, good, thanks. Sure, yeah, we can go ahead and put the strategic plan report out.
Comes up right here. All right, so we started this venture about a year ago or so. Wanted to kind of go through where we're at and what step we're at, kind of what we're asking for tonight. So if you remember, this really started back when we brought a bunch of stakeholders together. We met with many different stakeholders outside of the REMC, members included. We brought in our ops review data. We met with you all on an offsite. We created 5 initiatives, and then we took those initiatives. We had teams that everyone was on one of the initiative teams. You'll see who those teams and all that in a minute. And we basically went through and created projects based around what we felt like were the best projects for each initiative. So ideally, the next step is we're going to take those and take them to our priority committee. So we have actually a priority committee that has every department that's represented. We're going to go through every one of these projects, and based upon a ranking system, we're going to rank it for different things. And the whole idea is we're trying to figure out what are the quick hitters, what are the most impactful things, rack and stack every one of these projects you're going to see tonight, and then bring forth a plan to you all that says, here's the projects we're going to do in the given year. Hopefully it's a 3 to 5 year type project. What we're looking for tonight is we're going to go through the team leader that actually led that team and that initiative is going to present out a slide for each project that the team had discussed and scoped. What we're looking for is 2 main questions. One is, did the team under that initiative miss something? Is there something that, hey, as I read the definition and my thought of what that was, I don't see a project there, right? So that's one thing we're looking for. The second thing is does that project ring a bell for the consensus of the board that priority should be higher? In other words, you're going to see on here one of the backlog projects is capital credits, retiring capital credits for deceased, right? If I go through the priority committee, that thing's probably not going to be at the top of the list, right? Because the impact may or may not beat some other things. But if that's something that the board wants, we want to know that tonight, because what we'll do is make sure that gets prioritized high. You guys are guiding, right? So you're helping us figure out how we want these things set up. So 2 questions on each one of these. 1, did the team miss anything? And then 2, is there something there that you think needs to be high priority? Because we want to know that going in. And there's no reason to have the priority committee go through and, because what we basically do is we go through what the scope is and they rank things based on, safety, reliability, all these things. There's no reason to go through that process and debate what those numbers are. If the board says that's a really high priority, put that at the top of the list. So we'll break through each of these and just ask those couple questions. Damn, I don't know why this thing doesn't work sometimes. Okay, again, that's what we're asking for is the feedback for each of these. So I'm going to start out, my was provide differentiating value. My team was Amy, Brian, Becky, Giselle, Paul, and myself. The definition that we created, if you remember from the offsite, was when considering different scenarios in which members desire to move to greener energy solutions and off the grid, we can capitalize on our strengths like our unique business model and our expertise to offer differentiating value, right? So this is all around how do we offer a product or a program to the members that provides them value, right? That was our definition. So the first project was what we call the home generator program. So the scope of this project was to look at an incentive program for members to buy a whole home generator and allow REMC to control during the peaks and emergency events. You can see the business need there. The measure of success was if we do this and we do this well, and the idea is we're going to mirror we would want to mirror something like Southeastern's program. They basically incentivize that, the member can buy it, and then we can control it. So the measure of success for this, obviously, it's a member satisfaction thing. We would expect the ACSI scores to reflect that on a program like this. And then the other measure of success is a reduction in our peak demand from Hoosier. And a lot of mine, you're going to see, the whole name of the game of the utility industry is you got peaks and valleys. If you can fill the valleys and shave the peaks, you're going to reduce your overall load factor, you're going to increase your overall load factor, and your wholesale costs are going to come down, which the members will see the impact of that. So this is at the core of shaving those peaks and providing a product for the members. And you're going to also see, stop me if you guys have questions on any of these, you're going to see a project duration, a project budget, and a resource need for each one of these. What I will say is these are dart throws. These are guts. There's not like a ton of it. We didn't plan all these out. That's the next step, right? So these are just what the team kind of came up with what they think the budget dollars, the project duration, and the resource needs would be.
Brett, so help me understand what that $88,000 does. What does that get us?
It gets you inventory, right? Because we're going to have to pay for inventory. These things are like $6,000 a piece. It gets you all the marketing you're going to need. It gets you all the program details. It gets you the legal work that you need to have done for a contract. It gets you the program that you have. And then there's obviously manning that goes into that to manage the program. I'll tell you, probably 80% of that 88,000 is inventory. Because the team really discussed how many do we need to have on site. And remember, this isn't, we're going to give you a generator. We're going to buy the generators. We're going to have inventory here. It's going to be on our books for a while until someone buys it. We'll get them at bulk pricing. So it'll be a reduced cost. And then what Southeastern does is they actually pay for the install. So that's their incentive to load control. But then the member pays for the actual unit itself. That could be completely different, and we'll decide that as a team. You're not approving what I just told you. The team will determine that, and we'll bring it ultimately to the board what that program would look like.
Excuse me for a second. When you allow the RFC to control, how's that working?
So basically, just like Southeastern's, what they do is when we get a load control, we will send out a signal, right? And it will turn on the generator, switch them over to generator, because these are whole home generators.
It kicks them.
It kicks on the generator automatically. So essentially the load for that house disappears off the grid.
Right.
It's all going on that generator. And this, you're only talking about an hour. So these things you don't have them run. And most people, what you'll hear is to keep the warranty of these things, you have to run them every month anyway. So yeah, you may have to do it twice a month during, because there could be two peaks or two fall during the.
Usually, my dad does it once a week, every Sunday. It fires up for so long, but, okay.
Again, a lot of information to come. This is just the idea of looking at it. And remember, for every one of these projects, you're not approving tonight that we're going to go do a whole home generator program. What you're approving or I'm not asking you to approve, I'm just asking, these are what we have to go forward. Now, the team's going to put together what the program looks like and then bring it to you, because obviously we'll need budget dollars and things like that. And we may find out that some of these projects that we say we want to go do, we may come back and say, you know what? This ain't going to work for us. And then we just kill it.
So we're simply going to rate what importance do we feel like these are,
If you feel like that,
everything, with all of them.
yeah, if you feel like, hey, this one here is probably not going to be very high on the priority list, but I think it's high priority from consensus of the board, let me know. And I'll ask that question when we get to the end of mine, and then we'll go through each of them so you know. But yeah, any conversations, welcome here. All right, next one is generator plug-in and whole home surge protection. So they have a product, and there's a couple different vendors for these things today. It basically goes behind the meter. So that's where we get involved, right? So it's a module that goes behind the meter. Essentially what it does is, and there's two different ones. One of them has a plug-in and a surge protection, and one of them is just solely a surge protection. So the idea is we offer this, and the team kind of went back and forth as, do we want to offer this as a subscription? So it looked like a security light on your bill. Hey, I want one of these, put it on there. We maintain it. We own it. It goes on there as like a adder on your bill, like a security light essentially, right? So don't know yet, would it be subscription or would there be a buy option or maybe both? Who knows? The team will have to figure that out. The measure of success again is ACSI score, member satisfaction. The other thing is whenever we do have storms and things, you do see, I would say an increase in claims that we submit on behalf of the members to our insurance for spikes and things like that. So hopefully you would see a decrease in there, in those. And again, this is just one, and let me explain a little bit. The generator plug-in thing is literally, if their house is out, you could go in, if someone doesn't want a whole home generator and they just want, hey, I want to run a refrigerator, right? I'm going to go buy a 10 kW or something. You know, I pull it in, I pull it up to my meter, I plug it into the backside of this meter. You know, there's things you have to do, like go to your box, turn everything off, and then only go to the load of whatever you have. This allows that to happen. It's a good option for someone that doesn't want a whole home generator expense, but yet wants to be able to have some type of backup.
So I can quit taking notes here and try to pay attention. Is this going to get emailed to it or can you?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Yes. Yeah. And again, we're not making any decisions. All I'm
I
asking.
just want to be able to study without sitting.
Yes. Yes, you. Next one is electrification vendor program. So the scope of this one was design and annual meeting. So this was kind of an interesting thing. The idea of this the original idea was we're going to have a store up front here, not a store, but a showcase. And we're going to bring in electrification equipment. Members can come in and check them out, right? So if I want to buy a weeder, I can come into Decatur County REMC. I can check it out. I can take it home, use it, bring it back in and decide if I'm going to buy one of those or not. We wouldn't sell them, but we would let them check out. Actually, one of our linemen came up with the idea, why would we do that? Why wouldn't we, instead of having to man that stuff up front, because we're going to have somebody do that, we'd have to have room for it. Why don't we just have an annual event where we bring in vendors of this stuff? And by the way, why don't we do this at our annual meetings where we actually bring in vendors of this different equipment and have them showcase this equipment? So if Carl was wanting to buy an electric mower, he could go to our annual meeting and he could actually try it out. And ask questions of the vendor. It's cheaper. It's easy to do. You can see it's, 6-month type deal. So that's kind of the idea of this one. Measure of success again is ACSI score. And again, one of the other benefits of electrification is residential growth and energy consumption. The more things that are switched from fuel to, from gas to electric, obviously see some consumption go on. Next one is the energy conservation program. And again, this was another one that Lyman brought up and really good point. The idea of this whole thing is do we need to have an energy advisor? Do we want to hire somebody that goes out and does energy advising? Someone said, well, why don't we build a platform, a website, whatever, that Crystal's folks up front, if we have a high bill complaint, can say, hey, go online, fill out this form. Right. And it's basically, it's an interactive software that says, okay, how many refrigerators you have and what size are they? How old are they? And they would plug in this information and it would populate and say, hey, here's some things. And it would have our rates in the background of it. So it could actually calculate through algorithms and actually do kind of a here's the top things you could do, and here's what type of money you'd be saving. Almost do the business case for them. We talked as a team that in the number you see there, roughly 20,000, that's like, okay, we got to go build a product. After doing some research, what we found is there's a lot of products out there. It may just be a partnership with a vendor, and then we tie it to our website. Again, it's around energy conservation. This is not an energy advisor. The nice thing about this is you don't have a full-time head doing this. It's something that we can direct our members to. There may need to be some partnerships or some licensing. The team will have to figure out how we want to do that. That's the idea. Build load modifying resources, LMRs. So this is about building a program for our members using the LMR construct from Hoosier Energy. And I can tell you this one's sort of already started. The idea is that Hoosier is uncoupling their load controls, interruptible, out of their tariffs, and they're moving it to what they call an LMR. So if you're a business that can be interrupted, you can sign up for this program under a contract. You can be compensated for it. It's like a rebate, basically. But then when you get called upon, you have to control your load, right, down to whatever amount it is. So really, this program is on its way already, but it's to build our local program. How do we want to do all that stuff based upon what Hoosier is offering for LMRs? Residential EV charger program. So this is, do we need to do some type of incentive? Maybe it's an EV charger, maybe it's rates, but really gather data around EV owners. Would they want a level one? If they have a level one, would they be incentivized by a level two? It's evaluate justifications for creating an EV charger incentive program for residentials. This is one idea of we have to do something eventually about EV usage. One idea is you incentivize them. In other words, you put some requirements on them by offering them a charger. Another one could be through some type of time of use rate, right, where they get a supercharging thing. Measure of success here is the wholesale power decrease, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Again, it's all about filling valleys and cutting peaks. It will hopefully incentivize a percent adoption in our area, and then member satisfaction. Latest and greatest piece of information I got, and Steve heard it also, I think at IEC, that if we as our co-op decide that we don't want to do anything with EV, it's estimated on average to be about $1,000 right now per EV. That's the do nothing. So if you got EVs out there, folks come in at home and plug them in at 5 o'clock and start charging, they're hitting your peaks. It's about $1,000 per EV if you do nothing to incentivize them to get them off of the peak. In other words, have them start charging at midnight instead of 5 o'clock when they come home from work. Right now, maybe we have 7 EVs on our system. I don't know. I think there's 40 some in Decatur County, I believe. Probably not a huge deal, but let's say we get 100 of these things, 100 times $1,000 is talking some money. So we are going to have to do something with EVs. That's one of the reasons we put the charger out back was to gather data around how are we going to build a rate or how are we going to incentivize folks to get off our peaks as EV starts ramping up.
Brett, to clarify, you're saying $1,000 on our power bill, correct?
$1,000 more on our power bill that's going to be subsidized by other members if we do nothing. And that's at rates today. 5 years, 10 years from now, it's probably going to look different. Commercial charging grant strategy. This would be a team that really follows these EV infrastructure stuff. If you guys have heard anything about the BEAD and infrastructure plan, there's a lot of money going out there on DC fast charging. You can get 3/4 of your system paid for. Maybe that's something we want to do. Maybe it isn't. I do know that we don't qualify for the latest rounds, the NEVI funds and all those things. Those are the only 2 intersections that we have, which would be New Point and over here by Honda. Those did not qualify. The only one that qualified was out by Walmart. So the first round, which is this year, we do not qualify. There's a discretionary funding round that starts next year. And then there's more infrastructure grants coming from a federal level because the NEVIs are state next year. And again, this team would really just follow and see, is this something that would make sense? Again, maybe, maybe not. DC fast charging, you're talking $150,000, $200,000 investment, where right now you're really not going to be able to charge because there's just so We have to have a grant to make sense of it, and we have to have somebody possibly looking at it if we want to do it or not. Load control incentive program, provide a load shed program to allow members to shed their loads during the peaks. These devices would be smart thermostats, pool pumps, water heaters, and load control devices. I was in Florida over the summer, and I noticed after 2 days of being in the house that I was in, that at right around 4 o'clock, the air conditioner shut off, the pool pump shut off, and their water heater shut off. All those things were controlled. Again, cut the peaks, fill in the valleys. Hoosier's going to be offering, they're already getting ready to launch ecobee, which is a smart thermostat. Hopefully, most of this would all be built off of programs that Hoosier's going to be making available to us. But point of this program is that somebody's going to have to do some marketing work. Somebody's going to have to build the program locally. If Hoosier offers ecobees, all they're going to do is tell you, here's the cost, here's, the stuff. You're going to have to build that program here. And again, one thing we did, or we'll see more of, is when we did that survey, I don't know, months ago around power requirement study, what we're seeing is folks are getting more into technology and things like this. Again, if we can get 1,000 members to sign up for ecobee, we could shave that peak. Those are real dollars. So again, it's really just building off of what Hoosier made the offer for us. That's it from my team. And again, yes, I will send these out, Clay, and this isn't the only time you're going to have the opportunity to say anything. I'm not asking you to prove anything tonight. What I am looking for is did this team miss anything that we had kind of talked about in strategic planning? Or was there any of those that was like, hey, as a board, we should probably discuss that real quick? And that probably needs to be priority from a board standpoint. And I can go back on any of the slides or answer any questions online. You like them all?
There was something struck, go back, I don't know if it'll, the question.
Keep going.
Back, please. You said something about the EV charger being subsidized. Who's? By the rest of the members?
So here's what actually happens, or what could happen if we do nothing. If we do nothing, why wouldn't a member, as soon as they get home at 5 o'clock, plug the car in and charge it? That's what we actually have seen through some of the studies that Hoosier's been doing, because we've got a lot of residential chargers out there at this point across the entire southern part of Indiana. What we're finding is those co-ops that don't have any type of incentive, people just come home and plug it in at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, whenever they get home from work. Problem with that is it hits your peak. Now you're saying 30% of the usage during a month goes to EV. That's actually a known fact. We got data to prove that. So if you do nothing and those EV people come home and they plug in right at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock on your peak, your power bill will be affected. This is all averages, $1,000 per EV. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot when your bill's what we get from Hoosier, right? But you start adding those up, somebody's got to pay that $1,000, right?
Per year?
No, per month. Per month. So that will get put into that's what we're going to get from Hoosier, because it's going to up your peak, right? It's going to impact your peak. So again, if there isn't a way to either isolate those people and say, which is going to be really hard because a lot of people may not even tell you you have an EV, right? If you can't charge those specific people that $1,000, the only other way to do it is to incentivize them to stay off your peak. I can tell you that there's a couple co-ops that have already built what they call super peaks. It's essentially a time of use. And what it does is during the peaks, it's like 30 cents per kW. Off peaks is your normal rate. And then they have what they call a super rate. And it's like 3 cents, 5 cents between one at night and 4 in the morning, which is way off peak, right? That, if I was an EV owner, I would sign up for that, do my charging after hours, right? After the peak. And then that way it doesn't impact our bill. As long as you don't hit that that peak, you want them to be in the valleys, right? We want to shave them off the top and put them in the valleys to improve the overall load factor. So the answer is if we do nothing, that $1,000 per EV per month, somebody's going to end up paying us. We have to pay it through, we have to pay Hoosier for that.
In my head, my incentive is do it off peak or you're gonna pay $1,000.
How do you know who has those?
Got it. That's,
So they have EV chargers that we would furnish that we can program.
Yes.
So they can start at 1 o'clock. or-
Yeah. Oh, most of these cars nowadays too, they can actually program it. You could program, even the Bolt has that, where you can program it that, hey, I want it to charge. I'm gonna plug it in at 5 o'clock when I get home from work, but I'm not gonna start the charging cycle until 4 in the morning,
We can
whenever.
probably override that, but you're making a decision, the homeowner is, or the car owner is making a decision. I'm willing to pay the 30 cents.
Right.
I got to charge a car right now. Someone hit the button,
Yeah,
but they have to do that.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's going to charge your time use rate at 2 in the morning or.
right. And what I'm also finding out is this time of use for this super cheap electricity, it's not just for EVs too. You would offer it to anybody's. Now, it's going to try to incentivize the EV owners you're going to want that. Actually, one of our old directors that has an EV, he's been asking for a rate like this, right? Because it incentivizes him to use off, which is what we want to do. He's saving everybody money by doing that. Again, he's shaving peaks and filling valleys. So that's the whole point of it. But they're not offering it as an EV rate. They're offering it as here's the time of use rate. But it's incentivizing. If you got an EV, which is 30% of your consumption over a month, you're going to want to be on that rate.
Kind of traffic you getting out here on this one?
None. Besides our Bolt that we know of yet.
So your generator program, is our load profile really going to matter, a single phase? I mean, Southeastern's is vastly different than ours. So is that really going to be impactful, given our investment?
Depends. I mean, yeah, theoretically, it's going to cut your peak for sure. Will it cover it enough the key question is at what penetration covers the cost of the incentive, right? Because if you can't cover the cost of your incentive, you probably shouldn't do it. That's something that this team is going to have to put together. And we can use Southeastern. They've got all kinds of data on this. But I would assume that this team would need to figure out what that break-even point is and then determine, do we think we have enough folks that would do this to get the penetration high enough to do that? The business case has to make sense, right? We can't just go throw whole home generators in because we think it's a service. Not every other member that doesn't have one is going to want that to happen.
So will those generators also feed back into the system?
They do not right now, but Generac is having conversation with Hoosier. Because with all FERC 2.2 coming through and MISO changing, that's something that that Generac is very, very interested in doing. So Hoosier is working with them today. They do not. Southeastern's, it literally just shuts the load off or it breaks a clean point, and then the idea is that the load the house was using is gone off the grid. But yes, Generac is looking at, and that's the advantage to going to Generac. They're actually looking at paralleling it to where you can actually, any excess, if you have a 20 kW and you're only using 5 kW, it'll put the excess back on the system.
That's where it really pay.
Yeah.
Be a capacity credit, then you aggregate all these. There would be some capacity credit with
I would
my,
assume if we're going to do this program, we're going to aggregate them and we can decide if we want to
you
register.
have to have a ton of them.
Yeah.
Literally.
Probably. But
You took everything that's out there. You did quite a bit.
yeah, and then this program could also incentivize folks that already have them too. I mean, we may want to do something there. I mean, maybe we pay for maintenance or something. I don't know.
What powers the generators?
It'd either be natural gas, diesel, they make both.
They have a choice.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be quite honest, down in Southeastern, natural gas is probably their highest because diesel, you got to worry about, sitting around.
propane.
Propane is another one.
Brett, so help me understand it. An EV, you said $1,000 a month. So I have an EV, it's going to cost Decatur County RMC $1,000 a month for me to charge that vehicle.
If you charge on peak, and these are all built on averages too, so not every single one of them is gonna be $1,000. Yeah, it shocked me when we heard it. Actually, you weren't in that group, were you?
No, I was not.
Right.
So, but that's from Hoosier to REMC. What's my bill gonna do?
Your bill will go up 30% just because you're charging an EV. I mean, we're still going to charge KWH.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to.
But it's the regular, right?
Put it in practice.
That regular rate,
It's resident.
unless you're on a time of use that's.
It's why you need 4-part rates with time of use, single phase.
He's going to die on the hill on that time of use or that 4-part rate.
He's been waiting for.
And remember, that $1,000 is an average, but it's actually,
But that just, I'm just sitting here thinking as a potential owner of an EV, my electric bill is going to skyrocket.
to go up 30%. But if you look at, if you equate that into gas and you're somebody that commutes, I forget the latest numbers, but I wanted to say it's just over $1. It'd be like the same thing as paying $1 gas. Actually, if you guys get on our website, there's a choose EV section on our website. You can actually plug in, it has our rates in there and you can plug in the difference between like a natural gas car, or sorry, a regular gasoline engine and an EV. It's kind of neat to see like how much you save and like how many gallons of gas that you don't have to do. I can tell you that at IEC, they were doing a study. They actually, one of the CEOs has an electric car as his company car, and they track everything for that. And he has saved in 2 years, $8,000 in gas, just over $800 in oil changes. And he's had it not quite 2 years.
And from the reading I've done, one of the biggest components is the fact that an internal combustion engine has 2,000 moving parts. An EV has 200 moving parts.
True.
Your long-term maintenance cost is significantly reduced. So you're not going to see some of that maybe in the first 2 years. You're going to see that 4, 5, 6, whatever down the road.
Yeah. And so I think it is important for us to do something, right? I think, right now, is it that big a deal? Probably not. But I think eventually, once penetration gets a little higher, 100 times 1,000's starting to get some money per month.
And you guys are already working on the LMRs.
The LMR is already working, yes. We've already, and I'll give
It's
you,
kind of a move.
it's moving.
It needs to be a priority for sure, but it's already in process.
We will prioritize that high because it's worth doing.
Yeah.
And you're going to see some of these that they're showing you tonight. The team members will tell you that we're working this. So it's going to prioritize high because we're already working it. Good discussion around these. Anything else you guys think of? Anything?
Go back to I think it was the third one. That one. I know we've had previous conversations, whether we sell, whether we just hook them up with the vendors, whatever the case is. I think it behooves us to be the go-to for anybody that has a question regarding electronic anything. Doesn't mean we need to be involved up their eyeballs in it, but if we can broker that, and put them in contact with somebody that's electric chainsaws, electric lawnmowers, whatever the case is, and whether we had something on site here or whether we did it at the annual event or both, it makes it practical.
Yep. Yeah, and actually, when I talk about things are already going on, Crystal's already starting to plan some of this or if we do it in person, which is what we're going to be suggesting, trying to get that done at an annual meeting. And you got a lot of Milwaukee is a very co-op partner that has a lot of really cool tools, stuff I never even knew existed. And I guarantee they'd be willing to come and let people try.
I just think that would have a lot of legs. I just think that would.
And again, maybe the idea is a store or a checkout room or something. Other questions, comments?
Not right there, though. Can't we just go to the local John Deere dealer and do the thing? Have a checkout room. I'm wondering why we're doing this project right here with lawnmowers and things like that, electrical. And I know right now, there's John Deere and other places, they got them.
Yeah, it's all about, Carl, in my opinion, it's all about us being that resource for them. I get it though. Yeah, you could definitely go to, a John Deere or
Because if you're not gonna sell
No, we do not want to sell them.
them, right, then why are we even worried about letting them go someplace who's selling them and check them out? Because that's what we're gonna buy from.
Couldn't you potentially have vendors do that without a charge, potentially?
That's the whole idea.
So I was wondering what the $8,000 would be for.
I'd have to go back and look, but like
Just
Mark,
out of curiosity, I just,
probably Mark.
some vendors would welcome the opportunity to set up for our members to drive through.
Yeah, that,
And or we charge them and make money off them to come to our annual.
I think that was when they wanted to put a storefront or
Yeah.
something.
Okay,
yeah.
That makes sense.
I mean, if we do it at the annual meeting, ideally, it's not gonna cost us anything.
thank you.
I think the idea has improved as.
A store that.
But you, Carl, to your point though, we do get phone calls.
Manages a new store.
Hey, you guys are my electric co-op, like, can you help me understand, especially on the, I get calls
Understand
like
that.
that all the time.
Yeah, some people don't know where to go to find information.
Yeah, but the thing that we can offer that the vendor can't offer is we can talk to them about their particular billing information, their specific, what's practical to you? What's your monthly bill? Crystal can look and say, and you can make that practical. Whereas when you go to the store, you don't have any of that information unless they're really, really engaged in what they're doing.
And they're not. You go to like a Rural King and ask for anything electric that's a lawn equipment, you're not gonna get anything. You're gonna get somebody that knows how to go get the box. Right. Awesome. Anything else on mine? Crystal? Why this isn't working, so I'm just gonna have to
Okay.
move them.
That's fine. All right, so ours was managing risk for long-term sustainability. So it had with factors such as beneficial electrification and the GNT's generation portfolio impacting Decatur County REMC's load characteristics, planning for risk is critical. Our financial performance and key decisions are both important for our long-term success. These types of decisions will have long-term impacts and it's imperative to design and document a decision-making strategy for sustainability. So it was Matt Raver, Jenny Meyer, Matt Eden, Joe, and Jeff Hall, and then myself.
Just got to move them for you.
Okay. So this one here was the capacity issues with the max load events. And like Brett mentioned, some of these things have they were thought about before situations came up with Hoosier, and we kind of had to move a little faster than waiting. So we have already created an SOP on how to handle them when they come in today. So this is going to be really just working with Hoosier and the LMR program, which we've already been doing. We've met with 3 of our industrial members and we've got 2 more on Monday. And I think we have a very good, we're going to have a good success rate, I think, with getting them to sign up to participate. So that will help with hopefully not having the need for rolling blackouts that will impact our residential members. Not having to pull breakers at the substation if we get to that point that, there's just nothing else for us to do. So that's kind of what this project was based around, but like I said, we're really probably 75% already done with it. So you can go to the next. Idle services. So this has been something that I've brought up multiple times over the last 5 or 6 years. We have about 800 idle services today that are out there that we are not collecting any revenue on. So I think that we need to create an SOP on how to eliminate these. I'm not suggesting that we roll a truck out there and we pull everything that's an idle service. I think that we need to look at, is there an opportunity to charge them? Like reach out to these 800 members and say, are you going to be doing something with that service or are you not? And if they are, then they're going to get a monthly fee added to their bill. It may not be equivalent to the facility charge, but I think that they should be paying something if we've got the expense of testing those poles and we're still maintaining those lines. We still have expense from the REMC, but they are not contributing back to us. So we need to be looking at least at something instead of just allowing them all to continue and that number to increase. So that's kind of that project.
Still define idle service for me.
So it's basically a service that is inactive. So the
Their-
meter,
To their property, just.
yes. So there could be a meter still out there, but it's disconnected. There could still be transformers. There could be lines. Some of them, the meters might have been pulled.
So it's basically turnkey, but it's just, we're just not
Correct.
experiencing any usage through it.
Correct. Yeah, yeah. Illegal contacts to the polls. So again, creating an SOP to address members and contractors that are attaching illegally. We have a pretty good number of people that do have contracts with us that are paying what they're supposed to be paying. But we know that we have several out there that they've just gone along and they've connected to the polls and they've not told us about them. This project is part of the poll testing. So over the next 5 years, the guys that are out there doing the poll testing are writing down who the contacts are, if they know who they are. And then if they don't, then that gives us an opportunity to try to figure that out. I mean, obviously, if there's going to be a long span, you know, that'll at least help us narrow it down to, you know, it's not AT&T, it's not Frontier, it's not somebody that we already are aware of. So this will be developing the SOP won't take that long, but the actual finding out how many we've got will be over the next 5 years. Because it's a very expensive project to just go out and do the investigation right now. It's like $100,000 to do that. So we thought, you know, it doesn't make sense for us to spend that money now. Let's just wait the 5 years and then let this process happen on its own.
What's the rate per poll?
It depends on who it is.
It's on the contract, right?
It's a
Yeah,
contractual number. So you negotiate with whoever, it's an AT&T or,
Is the rate determined by the number of contacts or what determines the rate?
the rate is a formula that the IURC has set that there's like 5 or 6 different dependents, but it's per contact. So if they have 2 lines on the pole, they pay double whatever's in their contract. And the idea of this is so in 5 years, we're gonna know where everything is at. This team and the project will be to sit down and say, okay, here's where they're all at. We have paper contracts, paper maps of the ones that we know of, right? So it's gonna be then taking that data and this data and figuring out, all right, which ones are not covered by a contract, and then you gotta figure out who owns them. And then you could probably have to negotiate some type of payback.
Chris, part of this project also help define the restoration. You know, we've had discussions about that a lot in the past. A wreck, who's supposed to come back, but do we have to roll a truck twice to put there? Are you going to, I know that's a heavy lift, but will that be part of this project?
yeah, we can define that in there because I know now it's kind of just like, well, sometimes we put it back up and sometimes we don't.
Yeah.
It just kind of depends. So we can definitely put that in.
That always seemed to be kind of like a loose.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, why you're going to this length to identify these,
Right,
maybe we should.
adding it in there.
There's really only one company that I'm able to call that'll actually respond.
That's a problem, right?
Well, I'm telling you, cut them off, they'll answer pretty quick, I'm looking at.
And there is transmission, fiber and cable type stuff out there that there's actually not any members or customers on that particular line, but that the name that you may find on that wire or a police or plastic tag has probably changed 8 times, 10 times since that attachment existed.
Well, I just have visions of the pole, you know, cutting a 12-inch deal and it's hanging there with the communication line on it and it's not attached. It's just hanging there.
Yeah.
And there's been some legislative that happened last year that's going to give us a little bit more power moving forward with contracts. If you illegally attach, that we can charge, I forget, it's like $500. But you also have to have, there's stipulations to be able to do that.
Okay. Next. So this one is just selling equipment. I know that sounds like a really weird project, but we have gone through and kind of identified several items that we either have inside of the building or back in the operations building that we're just not using. And we feel like it's an opportunity to either sell it to get some money back, or possibly some of the items we could potentially donate to the Hoosier Training Center for them to be able to utilize for the lineman training. And it will reduce our property taxes because all of these things that we have sitting out on our books that we're not using, why are we still paying? Property tax, licenses, So that's kind of it won't be a huge project, but it will be something that we can kind of clean up some things here in the.
We have stuff on our asset list that's miles long. It's probably not even here anymore.
Not including the black couch that's out here.
Yeah, that's on there.
It's on the list. You want it.
It's fully depreciated though.
Yes.
All right.
Any questions for any of those?
I do have one.
Yep.
So as we're talking about LMRs, and this is maybe a little bit off topic, can a market-based participant be registered as an LMR?
Oh, yeah. It's huge.
But they can,
Yes.
They can't.
but not all of
They'll
them.
want to,
Gotcha. Okay.
they can't.
Yeah, currently with the program that they're creating, it's only for the big six. So we can't offer that right now to the residentials. We would have to create, which is part of their project, creating something around that same program, but making it on a residential scale and not.
And I'm going to present out the next board meeting because I think you guys need to all be aware of it. The pricing, it's essentially a rebate if you sign up for LMR, but it's going to be registered through ISO. I'm going to go through that entire huge program next board meeting. Jason's probably the only one that even.
Can you go back to your LMR screen, your under your section?
Yep.
Talk about LMRs. Thank you.
I think the reducing of idle services is huge. It brings down our rate base. We're replacing red tag poles that serve no one. We have service calls in the middle of the night for damaged poles that serve no one.
I'm assuming that one's going to rank really high regardless.
It's gotta be high.
How many do we have? Do we know?
100.
And we are a little.
10%, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you look at our operating metrics, I mean, the reason this got brought up was because during our ops review, we're looking at it, we're tracking and trimming it. We are a little higher than what you would see a typical co-op. And I think it's all built on the strategy years ago was don't ever take down primary because I think there was one or two instances where we tore down primary and the next thing we know is the member called back and they wanted to build a house there and guess what? Charged them. So, but I think what we want to do in this program is make sure that we have that communication, right? Hey, are you planning on building anything? And if you're not, sign this piece of paper, we'll repair it out. Because I hate having to replace poles that have no revenue tied to them, but according to the regulations, you have to. And we are starting to tear out stuff that we know aren't, what we're trying to do is have a formalized process. So if a member says, one of our old directors has one of these right next to his house, right? And he wanted it there so that if he wanted to build a barn or something, well, okay, let's tie some revenue to that, right? If you have it there because it's something that you may want at some point in time, let's tie some revenue to it. You pay some fee. And that there are other costs that have that system already.
Can you go back? Just a minute. Crystal, did I understand you correctly when you said those have been identified this last testing round?
They will be over the next
They
5
will be
years.
over next,
Yeah.
so it wasn't
Yeah,
this
they
last.
just started it this year.
Yeah, this year we did.
They started this
So
It
they,
was one of the reasons to do a 5-year
Yeah.
rotation so we could do this.
so some have been identified already.
Correct.
Okay.
We're getting the
Did you
data
find
now.
that to be significant?
year. We haven't really looked at it yet, but
Okay.
when we were doing this, we we're like, okay, if we already are starting it, we will know that in 5 years we'll be complete and we'll have a full list.
So to be clear, no one's taking the data right now.
Right.
We're collecting this data, we're putting it into our system, but
Right.
we don't have a resource assigned.
I understand. Okay.
That's what this project will do though.
Last item, I called it obsolete equipment. I think you called it something else.
That's something of
Yeah. You've identified, or those will be identifiable items.
Yes.
And then maybe a recurring basis, or when we think about it over the course of time, you might be able to identify those on a monthly basis then
Right.
as opposed to all at one time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know that we did we took the whole list from the assets and we already got rid of a whole ton of things that we had from like the 70s
Okay.
that we do not have. I mean, we've been paying for them and they're already
But they're
been
on
here.
books.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna need your help. Lost control of my mouse. Yep. There it goes.
Had to spin it, right?
Yeah, I'm on. Okay.
Go get it, Glenn, just in case.
Any other questions on this? First. Pat,
Okay. Our team name was internal and external system modernization. Aging infrastructure and our size presents a risk. We can address this through opportunities of grid modernization and leveraging current system technologies. The team consisted of Crystal, Chris Galloway, Jenny Burkhart, Larry Downey, Chris Hamilton, and Colin Crabtree, and also myself. The first thing we came up with was fully utilize NISC. NISC is the platform that we use for all of our computer programs. NISC offers a lot of new and upgraded programming and different stuff that we don't currently utilize. So we'd like to take a pretty deep dive into seeing what's out there and how we may be able to implement those to help us operate more effectively and efficiently.
yeah, and I was gonna add on to this, Pat. One big deal here is that Crystal has done a best practices, Pat has done a best practices. And what it is NISC comes in, they look at what you're actually utilizing, and then they tell you, hey, for instance, I'm just gonna bring one up, text messaging for outages, right? There's a way to do that through our system that we currently don't use. Or a member can text a certain number and just say outage, and it'll record an outage. So there's some functionality that we don't use. So we sort of already know. The problem that we always run into is we have no one allocated to actually trying to implement some of this. You know, Pat's taking phone calls and doing things. We just don't have any time. So this project would be to put a team of people. That's all they're doing is looking at the things that we don't utilize today and trying to get it implemented essentially.
Pat, I understand NISC can probably do this much,
Oh, yes.
and we know that it can do, we're experiencing this. Of this, are there a couple of items you're going, man, that would really be, that you're aware of that would
There's-
be a,
There's some workflow management stuff that's kind of come down the pipe that I've kind of been introduced to that might help. The biggest thing that the kickoff in my mind, as far as my department is that every single one of our employees in my department now has an iPad. And so they're actually utilizing their iPad on a daily basis, not just for maps, but also being able to access member information that normally they'd be calling back into the office for. And, but also to be, instead of a paper copy of a work order or, security light, disconnect, reconnect, it's all in the system. Like we don't even have to wait for the next day for them to get that. They can, at their fingertips, they can get that service order.
we're currently doing, right?
We don't currently have that.
We don't.
So we're
Still just a couple.
That is
We're using paper service work order.
that would be one of the low hanging fruit.
That's just one that pops in my mind. And that's just with my department. So.
And every department's affected by NISC.
Right.
We all use it, right?
So it's mostly connectivity versus additional software purchasing.
Most of it, yeah. The map or what you just talked
Work
about.
management
Management.
is
The additional.
it's an addition, but it's needed, but gotta get everybody on the same page with wanting to do it.
I think that's where the roughly 20,000 came from, is if we wanted to do something there. All right, but
Okay, so the next one is remote disconnect for security lights. This kind of ties in with our AMI system a little bit, where we'd actually be able to remotely disconnect the security lights. This is going to eliminate some of the truck rolls we have. Security light, asking it to be disconnected, reconnected. That's common with the 8,000 members we have, but also especially during times of disconnects and collections. If somebody's been disconnected, their power's been disconnected, if we give them an X amount of days and if that still hasn't been paid, then it's our policy to go out and go ahead and turn off that security light as well. So it's an option that we have to where we can actually not have to have a lineman climb up that pole behind the trailer or house or barn or what have you that you can't get a truck to, just to disconnect the security light that got disconnected for X amount of bill. And then I've done this 1,000 times, get down from the pole and the next day, oh, they paid that bill and now you got to go climb that rickety pole again and reconnect the security light. So when you look at stuff like that, and we can probably do a little more deep dive and see how often, this is happening and justify that, but that's where we're at, so.
So is it $10,000 to hardware, basically?
That'd be the
Colors.
disconnect colors, yeah. And the reason that we're doing them separate is because most of them already have a disconnect collar on their meter. So we're already disconnecting it automatically for the meter. And then when they don't, but the light obviously is still on. So we wait a few days before we actually roll the truck to disconnect the light. Where this would allow us to just take them both off at the same time.
Is it really worth disconnecting the security light?
Well, I've often wondered that because I'll just do a little background here, but when we first started getting disconnect collars, it was for repeat offenders and places that had dogs or not so nice people. So as the service truck driver, we would disconnect them remotely. But when we went to go to shut off their security light, I had to go climb a pole at this place that people didn't want to be at. So I'm like, I hope they don't come home. But I'm kind of up here all.
I mean, the amount of energy that security light is using is probably
Right.
nowhere near compared to rolling the truck twice to disconnect it and then reconnect it.
That might be the answer for this.
But if they never reconnect, then you've got a light sitting out there that you're not getting.
How many of those? That's probably a pretty small percentage. I would imagine most of them end up eventually paying their bill.
Or they move and you have to wait a few months before somebody else rents it
Yeah.
and then you lose track of where does the light get billed? Because now you've got a light out there that's active, but it's not getting paid for. And then you got to go do a 10-year billing adjustment because you didn't bill them ever when, trust me, it's fun. Security lights are the devil, in my opinion.
That's a good way of
I hate
characterizing it.
security lights.
When you find one that somebody hasn't been billed or the opposite.
No matter what we've done, security lights are always a problem.
So the AMI project, otherwise known as RF, you guys should be aware that this is already a big, huge buzzword. You guys have been talking about this for a while. But it's definitely on our list, looking at what that all has to offer as far as our aging system and the reliability and, not having to replace some of the infrastructure that we currently have and kind of getting rid of it for a more reliable platform. So Crystal's probably the best person to talk on this, but I'm the one talking today. But if there's anything you'd like to say on this, feel free to jump in.
No, we covered it last month.
2.4 is awful high, isn't it? Because you're talking about selling equipment, so.
Yes, yeah, that,
Like
yes.
1/6.
Yes. Yeah, that's like the actual,
Yeah.
and then it will come down.
And there are some potential grants out there.
Correct.
Yeah, there are some of these BEAD grants could cover some of this too. We're not asking you to approve $2.4 million tonight, by the way. I said, we might get asked that question.
On meters that you've disconnected somebody, and you can remotely do that, correct?
Most of them.
Most of them.
How many of the meters get tore up because somebody's mad? None?
Not very many.
Good.
No, I mean, I got one sitting on my counter right now from February earlier this year, but that's the only one in several years.
Okay, I didn't know baseball bats got taken to them.
No, most people don't.
Upset or-
No, we really don't have a lot of angry members. I mean, just, we're nice people, so we
Still has a way of telling.
don't make them mad that often.
Just pay your bill.
Yeah.
Hey, large transformer oil testing, infrared and regulator testing. I really don't have a good answer as to why this didn't continue, because about a decade ago, this was something that we did regularly. What the large transformer oil testing is they will come in and they'll do some oil sampling and they test for gases that are created whenever you have an internal fault inside these transformers. And it's just being proactive and noting that that is a potential problem transformer and knowing that beforehand, especially we'd be looking at a lot of the industrial type transformers. We haven't really narrowed it down as far as what size and up, but let's just say 500 kVA and up. you know, and those would be the ones that we would test. The regulator testing, I don't know if we ever did regulator testing. I know a lot of co-ops do. Since I've worked here, I've never known us to do regulator testing, but it's probably something in the same reason why we want to do it for the oil is to go ahead and get those things tested and see if there's been any faults or if they're working properly, if they're actually working at all. So those kind of got left out to dry there for a while. And then the infrared testing, what they do there is Hoosier offers it. There's other companies that offer it as well. We would usually go to the industrial places, be it the big transformers once again that we're doing the oil testing on, and some are primary metering, and they actually do an infrared test to where they can see, you know, it's going to expose loose connections, bad connections, obviously, just all the hot spots that are out there. A hot spot left unattended because you just can't open it up and see a hot spot, you know, until it's really shown itself. By that point, it's already done enough damage. But, you know, when you got transformers out there that cost, well, I mean, almost $100,000, if not more, and all it takes is for a secondary connection on the secondary side to be loose and create enough heat that it catches things on fire. And now you've just lost that $100,000 asset because of the loose connection. So that's what the infrared testing is for. So we really want to get that back to part of what we're doing on the maintenance side. So, any questions on that? Backyard / right-of-way machine and tools. I will say that when we first started these committees, this is one of the first things with the backyard machine, right-of-way machine was one of the first things brought up by the linemen in our group and also linemen from most every other group that we have. We currently don't have a backyard right-of-way machine, but we do have a lot of right-of-way. And when I talk about backyard machine, right-of-way machine, they're two different things, but they kind of serve the same purpose. Most people are not going with the backyard machines anymore. They're going with the right-of-way machines just because of the capabilities and the functionality of them and where they can go. And they leave about the same footprint and damage in a yard. So currently today, if we have a pole that's in the right-of-way that we can't get a truck to, if we're fortunate and it breaks, hopefully it breaks off at the ground, and we're able usually to tie those up in a couple of different directions to secure that. And at that point, it's a waiting game until the soil conditions are good enough for us to get our vehicles in there. With these, we have the ability to get in there as soon as possible, because if that pole actually broke off, you know, say 4 foot from the top, we would have to get in there. And that's either finding somebody with a bulldozer, actually putting the gas pedal to the floor and hope you get there and leave ginormous ruts in the members' yards and having to pay to go correct that afterwards. So we've noticed in the past year or so that we've had to employ our contractors who currently have one. We've had to use theirs or have them do the work for us. A few different storms we've had where we've had to Bartholomew's helped us out at one point in time with right away, but once again, it's all about the restoral time and outage and the service to our members. So pretty much, I can't think of a lineman back there now that doesn't think we should probably go ahead and get this piece of equipment for ourselves.
Describe that for me, Pat. What is it?
It's basically the backyard machine is a small version. It's supposed to do small, not personnel gates, but like your 38, 48 wide gates. Then the tracks can go in and out. And some people put them on pads. If it's dry enough, you don't have to put them on pads, but they're on tracks, and they can set up to a 40-foot hole. They have auger attachments, so you can dig a hole. They actually have bucket attachments, so you can actually put a man in that bucket and do that work. The downfall of those is from what I understand from people who own them, and they're actually moving more towards the right-of-way machine, what they call those. The right-of-way machine's a lot bigger than the backyard machine, but the backyard machines sometimes can't even pull themselves up a hill. So, and they do have a little bit of safety concerns just because there's a lot of weight and they're really top heavy. I've actually talked to one of our vendors when I've been doing some investigations or now, just kind of looking into it. And he was just saying, if you guys get one, make sure you guys are really careful on them, because most deaths that occur is usually not when they're operating it. It's when they're getting it from point A to point B. Somewhere between point A and point B, something bad happens.
So skid steer size?
Bigger than that, yeah.
I mean, they're almost like our service truck size. It's like a smaller bucket truck. They're about that size. You've seen them at the trade.
The units themselves. Now, on a right of way, or on a backyard machine, I'd say that the tracks are roughly, maybe 8 to 10 foot long.
Drive them? You actually drive it or no?
The right of way machine, the right of way machine actually has a cab that you drive. The backyard machine, you have just some controls where you just kind of walk behind it.
Be something you'd have on a trailer though, have to pull with a truck.
Yeah, either way.
I don't know if that's what you're trying to ask.
But you'd have to have somebody to haul
We'd have to have the trailer, but our digger truck should be able to haul everything that we do.
it. But you'd have a trailer.
Normally when you buy a right of way machine or a backyard machine, it is sold with the trailer.
It just comes with it. It's free.
Well, however you want it to be on the invoice, they'll do it for you.
Rather than free. Make me feel better.
But we firmly believe that's a pretty good asset for us to have, but we certainly want to investigate it more and see how that ranks out. So any other questions on the right of way and backyard machines?
Okay. Feedback on anything on this team as far as missed or?
Was right away maintenance under your umbrella?
It's coming up.
Oh, okay.
I should have asked this earlier, but the order that you present them in is the priorities? No, okay.
No, we haven't prioritized it yet.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
All right, Sam. You want to sit here?
No, I was just standing back here.
Okay.
So I'm not talking over the top of your head. So Safety Plus was, my team. Aaron, Eric, Jeannie, Brian Amrine, and Abby were part of that team. We were taking a look at safety as overall, and then safety also in the cyber arena.
Give me 1 second, Sam. Would you? Anybody know how to use that?
They have to do that, don't they?
I think I should have control that you can.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So looking at just safety, we can go probably into the first project, which goes into cybersecurity program. Cybersecurity is something we're always working on, but this is just making it a priority. Not that it's not a priority, but just putting some meat to it. So we're looking at creating an entire cybersecurity program for here, encompassing everything from education, policies, procedures, documentation, and reportable data that we could then report out on and show, how we're being secure with our cyber program. Cyber's very hot topic in the news, always will be, and will continue to be. This is not something that's going to stop in 5 years. It's going to be a continual project.
Are you seeing an uptick in phishing schemes and everything? I mean, I know we're incredibly inundated with it and it's becoming a bigger priority for us.
I would say the data that I'm seeing is our phishing stuff is catching more. There's reports. So yeah, I mean, it's an uptick in everything. I mean, there's more ransomware, there's more everything. Any way that somebody can make a cheap buck, they're going to try to do, and cyber seems to be a pretty hot area in that. So with the cyber program measures of success, we'd be able to do report outs. We'd have, more updated policies and procedures, and then we'd have a disaster recovery plan that's fully tested and set up as a program. Anybody else have questions on this? Next piece is safety education. This is for our members, for staff and everybody. We'd be looking to set up a program that would basically timeline of when we would do different programs to teach about safety education to the public. Those are a couple different ideas up there. I mean, about down power lines. The live line trailer was part of this group that we did out at the Power of the Past. That kind of came from this group. So that was an education piece that we'd like to, get on a schedule that every year we're doing that. every year we're doing this, every year we're doing that, so many times out of the year, we're doing these type of programs. We're getting into the schools, we're educating the first responders, we're doing those type of things to get education out about electricity and the dangers of it. And we'd measure success by, feedback from the events. If people are asking us to come back, then we're being successful. We're educating, people are getting something out of it. And then, if people are attending. And then our last project that came out of this, which we've talked about generators and different things a lot, and is backfeed to the environment, and not just generators, but solar. We have a lot of members that do have generators out there that we aren't aware of. That can be a safety factor, especially if they aren't professionally installed. They hook them up and they're backfeeding the electricity, the grid when we have a power outage. And that's very dangerous to our linemen. Same thing with solar. Solar, if somebody did a DIY solar and it's out there generating power and it's coming back to the grid and we're not aware of it in an outage. So what we're looking at with this type of program is trying to capture all of that and entering it in NISC so the linemen have it in their iPads, are aware that there could be a generation source coming from, that house or that line, and just more awareness. So trying to get education out about that and make our linemen more safe.
You have a way to note that now?
We do, and we do note it when we know it, but
Yeah.
I mean, if I went out and bought a generator now, I'm probably not gonna call and say, hey, I have a generator that I can hook up.
Might be some regular survey work, put it as part of our line inspections. There's a lot of things that program could do to make us aware of potential threats.
Yeah, and the guys say, when it's dark and the electricity's out, usually you can hear them, but you don't know exactly where they're coming from. So, they're aware, but, if we can mark it and know it where it's in the system, and if we're starting to do a generator program, I mean, it all kind of ties together of having that information.
Hang on this one. Think so. Janie.
Okay, the HR initiative focuses on the long-term success of the business and protecting the interests of the members by utilizing our resources effectively and managing our risks. So the team comprised is the management team. So in addition to me, it is Brett, Matt, Crystal, Pat, and we have added Sam going forward.
Gotcha.
Okay, our first project is updating our succession plan. So we've always had a plan in place, but this involves building more structure around the process.
They're shot.
That's. So it's centered on planning for upcoming departures to ensure a smooth transition for continuity in our business operations and service to our members. So it focuses on developing employees within the organization when it's possible, and then recruiting when it's necessary, just to ensure that the key roles are filled and can continue to function. So we ask our employees what they're interested in, what other roles they would like to do. They can fill out an employee individual development form. We can put them on special projects. They can cross-train with other departments. So even if there's not an opening right now and they're interested, they have opportunities to learn other pieces of the business.
Great.
The second project is creating a more formalized training program for our supervisors. We've always had training available for supervisors, for all employees. And this program just ensures that we're covering all the major areas for the skills that they need to be successful in managing their departments. In recent years, we've had higher turnover in the management area. And so unfortunately, those new folks have not had the opportunity to train with an existing person because if that person is already gone, then they don't have that opportunity. So we just want to make sure we're not missing some of the key areas that folks need to know. And so we're going to cover topics that will be helpful. One, for the manager, and two, for limiting liability. So some of those will be avoiding like violating discrimination laws, coaching their employees, providing feedback for their employees, working through conflict, and then just how they communicate with their team. So we will be building on these courses and training as necessary. Both of these projects are ongoing annually or as necessary.
Last one, any feedback, priority? This isn't the last one, second to last. Okay. All right, and then the last thing is our backlog list. So from our last strategic planning and things that have come up over time, whether it's a risk or whatever else, it got, essentially what I'm saying is these projects aren't resourced. So they're sort of put on our backlog list. They didn't come up because they didn't necessarily fit into any of the program and any of the initiatives. Doesn't mean you can't do it, right? There's always tactical things that we want to do. So I wanted to go through these. So the long range plan, the last time we did a long range plan was in 1996. But with, new direction and load changing, we believe this is going to be probably high priority. It's something that we need to get done. It is a four-year construction work plan on steroids, right? It's like a 10-year plan of where is your reliability issues, where you want to go, this is where it'd be housed, like, are we going to go to 40-foot poles? Are we going to put stuff more underground? Are we going to make things more accessible? Hey, the load on this line's getting close to capacity. Things like that will be taken care of in a long-range plan. So good news is we have an employee that can do this. We don't have, this is typically a $30,000 to $40,000 study. We don't have to do that because we have a PE on staff that will be doing this for us. So this probably will prioritize fairly high. Next one is retirement of capital credits for estates upon a death. Our feeling is this is something we've been wanting to work, but it just hasn't made priority. Next one is the right-of-way program. I know these 2 and 3 Jason's pretty passionate about. This one is all about, is there we're going in right now, we're doing this clearing where we're getting rid of trees. We're coming through and mulching everything up. I know there's a lot of members like myself, when Vector came in and did my right-of-way, I bush hogged it twice a year. I don't think we're going to want to get into an incentive program here because there's some legal liabilities around it when we talked about it, but could we get some agreements in place and maybe not have to police it, maybe police it to where we actually have members that will take care of some of the right of way for us. That program is about. And then last, this is a risk mitigation that we kind of put on the back burner just because we just haven't had time to deal with it, but it's really around social media policy. It's a tough one. As far as what can you say, what can't you say, we just want to be real clear with like employees and we are restricted by law on some things, but we want to have a policy out there, not only for the company and what we post out, but also for the employees. So they know, what is acceptable. So those are the 4 that don't really fit underneath a strategic initiative, but things that we've been talking about. I'm assuming you're going to say priority 2 and 3, right?
No, but I am going to ask. So what do we need to do to get them under a category? Because, and I'll just say it, in my mind, and I don't know whether this works at all, but we have this retirement money from Hoosier that we have not done anything with. It was not really for distribution co-ops budgets. It's to be used to members. I'd like to use that money for number 2, or at least see if that's an option. I don't even know. I don't know what kind of dollars we're talking about. But I know that this is kind of one of those legacy issues, right?
Yep.
Just keeps hanging and hanging and hanging. And we have this capital credit money that was retired to us from Hoosier. Matt's already given me we had a conversation about this, and that's okay, but I don't want to get into the capital credit discussion with Hoosier tonight. But I kind of like to see if that's even, and you guys may come back and say, it's not even possible. but I'd like to know that information.
So to answer your question, I think is the consensus of the board, this is one of those that we really want to prioritize pretty high. We'll put it at the top of the list. It'll be Matt's project at the beginning of the year.
We're talking number 2.
Yes, right.
Yes.
I would think so.
I'd really like to see it get cleaned up.
Everybody good with that? I mean, that's really what we wanted to do tonight. It was to get some feeling of
Right.
like, because we'll put this at the top of the,
Right now, if somebody dies, you can transfer their capital credits to their heirs. But I know from at the ag co-ops, if you die tomorrow, you can go in Premier Ag and they'll pay you out your equity that you passed away. And I think I know we talked about that the last year.
And before we say yay or nay, I think it needs a dollar amount associated with it, right? I mean, we need to know what we're talking about, if we have any kind of idea.
We have no idea how many people are dead
Right.
that still have capital credits owed to them though.
Yes. And it may be a thing where we only go back so far, or as of January 1, 2023, if this happens, then this happened. Maybe that's the solution rather than going back.
I'm gonna give my 2 cents because it's really our department that will be doing this.
Yeah. Oh, you've given me the stink eye about this before.
No, so what we're gonna talk about later on capital credits, I actually investigated this at the same time because it's all capital credits. So this is not, so my beef about it was, what if somebody really didn't want to have a reduction in their capital credits? If you owed me $5,000 and I died tomorrow, maybe Justin wanted to keep the whole $5,000. Maybe he doesn't want to take a 10% reduction from that because he doesn't want it at that point. He wants to get all $5,000. And I felt like we needed to be able to give a member a choice so that if you come in and say, I'm the heir, I want all of my money out as an estate, that's what I want to do. But Carl comes in later and says, no, I want all of my money because I don't think it's fair that you're going to keep my money. I want to wait 30 years and get all of it. I felt like the member should have a choice because we couldn't make that decision for everyone. Like right now, we're giving you all of your money spread out over time. So that is how it works. It is a choice. So you come into me and you say, I need to close out this account because this person passed away. I'm the heir. You fill out the form. At that point, during that service order, the MSRs would say they want to have it pay out right now for this estate. They click the box. It's going to tell them you're going to be paid out $4,000. We close the service order. A check is cut. You're going to get a check for that $4,000. But Justin comes in and says, nope, I don't want to do that. I want my whole $5,000. We check the box that says, nope, they don't want to have the estate paid out. They want the whole 30 years of the money. You click that, the service order closes out and everything is like a normal process like we do today. But you guys have to decide what that percent, are you going to discount it? Or are you going to make it?
Okay, yeah. So I have a real problem with that because today, if we're paying capital credits not in our 30-year cycle, and this has been my argument all along, I thought they should be discounted. If we're not keeping your money as long to use, it should be prorated in some way, but it's not that way. If it's $1,000 from 2 years ago, it's $1,000. If it's $1,000 from 20 years ago, it's $1,000. There's no cost of money in this equation at all.
Right.
So I have a real problem with that. You saying, well, if you want it all today, we're gonna discount it. We don't do that with capital credit.
Right. So that's one of the big things that we have to figure out before you can do this. What is the decision? How are we going to handle that? Are we going to discount it or are we not? We're just going to pass it through. I don't care either way, but that is a factor that we have to put in the behind the scenes in doing this process. But we can do whatever anybody wants, but it is possible. So it's not a all or nothing. It is, you get a choice.
Options.
Is there a legal ramification what we're required to do with it?
It doesn't matter.
They don't call, they really
Up to
don't.
us.
Whatever you want to do.
Crystal,
Matthew's about to have back there.
I think if you die, you really don't choose that and we should pay it all out 100%. That's my 2 cents where Crystal and I would disagree there, so. We've
I
had
don't disagree.
discussions.
I don't care. I mean, I don't care if that's what you guys want to do, but
We don't handle
Today-
the reason I would agree with
No.
this, we don't handle capital credits that way. I mean, when we pay them back and we pick years,
right,
they're not discounted.
right.
All right, well, I think what you guys are saying.
We made the decision.
Yes, we're gonna prioritize this high, the team will work on it. We know to make sure we get with you.
You don't have to get with me. I just want the information.
Anything else on these?
I just had a question regarding that decision, Crystal, of discounted versus not. Is that a one-time only? I mean, you can't rescind that
I think you
now.
could, but it's gonna impact everybody. Like whatever number you're putting in there is what you're saying is gonna be the impact for every member. So if you say you're gonna discount it 3%, it's 3% for every member. It's not Jason gets all of his money, but
Right, but if I'm the heir and you give me the option to either get full value or discounted value, I make that decision today. Can I change that decision 2 years from now or next year, or is that a one-time decision that you have to live by? I don't need an answer. I'm
gonna say it's probably a decision at that point, because that's the only time that you're making that selection. You're flipping out that customer at that point. Then everything would just be paid on the normal cycle. But I don't know that 100%, but that's what I would assume.
What are we doing with the elderlies that moved away, and their children are all moved away and they're out of here, and they've got like $600 in the credit left? And they're in Timbuktu, to say in Alabama, and.
They just have to fill that air form out and then we'll mail them the check.
Okay.
But if they don't,
But they're not passed away yet, see?
Correct.
But they keep thinking, why am I getting $5.50?
Right.
It's true, yeah.
You know?
This would correct. If we did this, then they would have just got that check all at once and that wouldn't have happened.
It's probably costing you more to administer that.
Yes.
Yeah, than the cost, but you discount.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to track down.
It's just extra steps that you have to do and we have to just make that decision. Are we doing it or not? It doesn't matter to me.
all right, any feedback on the backlog or any other one, anything else that's,
And when are you gonna figure out the right of way?
what's the board think about that? And do you guys want to put that on top too?
I don't know, it has to be a priority, but I don't want to see it get lost.
Well, the only decision, my guess is that's not going to rank high according to everything else. So if the board wants that looked at, I would suggest let's get consensus tonight. We'll put it at the top.
Okay, what's everybody think?
He needs attention. We've had a few members ask this question since I've been here.
but we're not talking about incentivizing them to do that, correct?
I don't think we're going to be able to from a
There's legal ramifications.
You might be able to do an incentive, but not a cash value. Or you could, legal would tell you they would highly, maybe not like
Not
that.
encourage that.
Although we haven't, that's been hallway talk. I mean, we could still,
Well, with all the inroads we've made on the right-of-way program, I think it's important, like Jason, we can't let it get away from us. Whether
So
we-
that's where this came from.
I thought this was.
Places that have been reclaimed now and 3 or 4 years ago. We're driving by, we're gonna be reclaiming again
Yeah, if we don't do so.
because they're not being maintained.
But I thought we started a mowing program.
we're working on that. I think the real question is it's the same thing I've been telling Jason, is we can land a plane on a right of way if you want. It's gonna cost you a lot of money. But we are on a 5-year, the idea is to be on a 5-year rotation. Yes, stuff's gonna grow up in 5 years. So yeah, you may get trees this big by the time we come back
There
around.
are 2 things I know for sure about right of way. Number 1, places that we have reclaimed are starting to grow back. Number 2, I have several right of ways on properties that I mow, that we own, that are not farmed, are just mowed. I'm not being compensated. I'm not saying I need to be compensated, but do you know what the maintenance costs on those are for Hoosier and the rest of those folks? 0.
You guys all agree? Put it on top, take a look at it.
I think you need to move it up.
Okay.
Everybody good with that? Anything else?
That's
Thanks for
from,
your, thanks for your.
yeah, thanks for the discussion. That was ultra helpful, actually. Very helpful.
All right, we'll go ahead and, since Gordon's here, Gordon, well, I think you want to address the board. As good as time as any.
I appreciate.
Just in advance, so I know you had a couple items on the list. We did talk about the G5 last month. I don't know if you were aware of that. And then
Yes, I've listened.
the cost of service is still being reviewed. So just so you're aware.
Yes, I, the audio.
Two subjects I want to talk about. First of all, is Robert's Rules of Order. You guys have an argument.
Wait. That wasn't even on.
Well, it's part of the cost of service. That's, I'm going to get to it, okay? Article 13 in the bylaws is it says you guys follow Robert's Rules of Order. And I don't know how many of you understand Robert's Rules of Order. Good. There's two of us then, okay? The point being, I want to bring up a point. When Jay was here last month, and rose to the point of order, was going to bring up a point to you, Steve, and you asked him not to do anything right then, so he sit down. So then again, he rose to the point of order. And under Robert's Rules of Order, a member is allowed to bring up a point. He was not bringing up a topic. If you read Robert's Rules of Order, a member can't express that.
We have something though that overrules that called a policy.
You're correct. But that policy, he was bringing up a point that was on the agenda. How could he ask a question?
I don't know. I want you to get to the point of why you came in. We can talk to us about the G5 and the cost of service study. That's why you're here, right?
The point on the cost of service studies, part of that, of Jay's point was, it was listed to be an executive session. And you guys had a discussion a little bit about, well, it was going to have some members' names in it, or had some type of a topic there. My question to you, cost of service seems to be very important to the members. Why could you have not have said company A, member B, member C, and went on with the discussion, not in executive session?
We have done that before, but we've made errors along the way. I didn't want that. I don't want that to happen.
Well, once again, under Robert's Rules of Order, if that's what you're going to follow in the bylaws, it says that is not something that is part of the bylaw.
So I talked to a lawyer and they said we handled things correctly. So I'm just sharing that with you.
And once again, we can rise to the point of order and ask the question, and you make the final decision.
There's a lot of interpretation there, so I'm not going to argue, but let's go ahead and
Okay.
with what you wanted to discuss.
So my other question has to deal with, I think you guys really had a great discussion last month about the capital projects. Matt brought up, you were trying to decide if you're going to go from 2 to 3 to million or whatever to try to get us. I think that was a great discussion. You looked at the board of directors and said, it's your decision to make. Where's that number going to be? 2, 2.5 or whatever. I think that's really good. I guess my question and point of sitting in these meetings for a long time is that on these budgets, you guys come up with a budget for a capital project. I've never heard a number a lot of times saying, once that project started, of during the time of it, how far along, how much money have we spent on a project? And I guess I'm asking the board of directors, in other words, do you know, or do you feel comfortable on a monthly basis that you know where a project on a capital project is? I think that's very important for you guys, because if we're either ahead or behind, it would be good to know. Dan, I know you've talked about, I just need numbers. I don't need a graph. I don't need a picture. I just need numbers. And that's what we all work with. So my point is, I think it'd be going forward, $2.5 million, so it is. But I would recommend to the board to think about having a monthly, bi-monthly report that Matt or somebody produces that's got the actual cost that we spent to this point, okay? Because I think it's really good, but if you're over budget and you don't know it till it's 6 months down the road, it's not a good point. So, and I guess I've never heard anybody say in here, what is the point that management has to come back to the board of directors when you're over budget? Is it 5%, 10%, 20? I don't know what that number is. I mean, do you guys have a number?
It's not budgeted items, correct?
What?
If it's not budgeted in the budget, you have to come back to the board to request additional funds.
Of course. And we also discussed if it was 10% over, you'd come back to the board.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just never heard a number.
And here's the reports that we do every single month.
Okay.
But we do have that.
But we may not have specifically on that project. Just know a total of what the budget.
Yeah, like, so if I put office supplies on the budget, I'm probably not going to come in here and say, here's how many pens we're at on actuals. I'm going to see the line item budget.
Sure. And if it's a $200,000 project or greater, I mean, somewhere along the line, you draw a line and say, this is, I understand about the pens.
And I think one other thing too, so we've recently put we're doing, I consider it a whiteboard process, but anything over, because we've got line extensions that can hit a threshold. These guys aren't gonna see a line extension necessarily. It's a brand new service that we have to put in. I can't come to the board and say, do we decide to put this person's line extension in or not?
No, I guess I'm talking, part of this 2.5 million, when you guys are talking about, these are big projects you're looking at down the road. And so go now to the G5 project, and correct me if I make any mistakes here in these statements. Last month it was stated, I think it was $361,000 was the number. It was going to be an underground service. We were using basically 1.2 miles. In my mind, it's 6,400 feet roughly between this substation and towards Veterans Way. And you had to get permits and things to do that. Okay? Well, the 361,000, Gordon's got to do his numbers. And it's 6,400 feet, and I think it's three-phase, is that correct?
Yeah.
Three-phase? So I would take 3 wires, that's 19,000 feet of wire, okay? Just stick with me just a second. $361,000 divided by the 19,000 feet, that's nearly $19 a foot. It's only $19 a foot for the wire installed for that $361,000, okay? Now, the wire that you got purchased, I've never heard a number on how much we spent on the wire because you bring the point up last month that you had to buy it early. And I understand that, but I never heard a number of what the wire has cost us for this project.
What does that have anything to do? I mean, we need the wire for the project, right?
Right.
We bid that wire out, we get it from a Brownstown or whoever bids it, right? So what, I don't know.
Yes, my point is that you got roughly 32,000 feet of wire.
Gordon, what's
That's not- that number's
what's,
way
no,
incorrect.
I'm the chairman, I can say what I want. What are you specifically getting at? Let's get to the point.
My point is that we've got 32,000 feet of wire setting out to junction 3 and 46. The value of that wire is over $1 million.
That's incorrect.
Okay?
I don't know where you're getting the 361 and dividing it by a certain amount. None of those numbers you said are correct whatsoever.
Well, it's 19,000.
Just telling you that his numbers are incorrect.
How much is the wire that's setting out at the junction? What is the value?
What are those, what's all that wire for?
I'm asking what the value is.
I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
I thought that was for this project.
I don't know. That's for many projects. That work. I'm getting ready to get into the operation here in a minute, and our feeder that comes out of the substation blew up over the weekend. That wire's for that project too. And by the way, we've got new services going to go in for a line extension out on 46. That wire is going to be used for that. That wire, it's 1 million cable wire. We use that all over the place. I don't understand what you're getting at. No one's asking about the wire that's in the building back here.
Yes, my question is, if you're going to be able to get this project installed for $19 a foot, for $361,000 and going 1.2 mile, that seems like an awful small number that's not budgeted correctly.
$361,000 is the budget, not necessarily the wire.
No, it's the budget for the project, correct?
Correct. But you took that times the amount of feet and said you came up with some number. That, what I'm telling you is that's incorrect.
Okay, so is the 361 supposed to be the completed budgeted number for that project?
That's what I said last month. Yep.
That's what I understood from last month.
And so what we did is we put the project on hold because once we got permits, right? And I said this last month, once we got permits and found out that we had to go over a railroad, the railroad said you got to do this, this, and this. NDOT said you got to go do this, this, and this. There's a wetlands there. There's elevation problems there, that we put the project on hold because we felt like the value compared to what it was going to get us wasn't there. Isn't that what members want? What would we have done? I mean, to me, that's exactly what a member would want, is for us to be, we did exactly, I mean, to the T on that project, I would think every single member would want. We put the project on hold when we knew the cost, once the what do you call it? The design got to a point where, okay, we know it's kind of dead. Because that's the thing about this industry is when we can say, we're gonna go from here to there, and this is what we need to do. We need to break up this line, right? Because of reliability or whatever issues. You don't know until you got boots on the ground. You start getting permits from, let's be honest, the railroad owns from heaven to hell. They can tell you whatever you want to do. They do. And NDOT has their own rules. And until you get those permits and start pulling those permits, you have no idea what your design's gonna look like. So you'll get working in and you'll find out, oh, shoot, that the value of this project compared to what we estimated as the value, the benefit of us compared to the cost, we're gonna hold on. We're gonna put this project on hold and see if there's any other designs that would work, maybe even cheaper. That's exactly what I would hope this board would want us to do.
Well, I would think so, because I guess this is my point on going forward with these projects. In other words, I guess I had not been able to read the screen well enough to be able to see that on a monthly update of what we spent on these projects.
And I hold an open office. I had a lunch and learn last Friday. I entertain any of these types of questions. In fact, we had 2 or 3 folks, that's what they wanted to talk about, how you keep the lights on. We have an open door policy here. Like I said, I opened it up to the membership. We probably had 8 to 10 really good conversations out at lunch and learn last Friday that these questions can be asked. The board gets a report on all of our capital work plan projects. Do they get the ins and out of every single project or where we're at? You estimate these projects based on that. So the board already approved these projects in the construction work plan years ago. So it's already an approved construction work plan project. Every year we say, here's the dollar amount we're going to go after. Some projects are going to come under, some projects are going to come over. And it's our job, my job specifically, and Matt's job to make sure we balance those out. The board sees the overall number every single month. They get the actions every single month of where we're at. In fact, we used to give LEs.
Yeah, that was hard.
So as far as the wire, Gordon, the Brownstown rep was here today, and he said we can, if they're, over the next 3 months, I know we're gonna use a bunch with this thing that blew up, because there's gonna be a bunch of it go to that. There's a few member projects coming up, and Brett and I have talked. If there is not a project that wire can be associated with, that we truly need it for that, we're not gonna find a way to use it. I talked with the Brownstown guy today, and he said if we want to get rid of it next week, that everywhere around here would be happy to take it. Because the lead time on that wire, he said, is 28 weeks. He said, so if you're gonna need it for anything, you better keep it. But if there's stuff you don't need, let me know and I'll take it. So he
Great
happened to be
decision.
here today. So I asked him, because I thought, well, so realistically, if we're not gonna use it, Brett and I have talked, we'll tell somebody to come get it.
We're gonna make some money off of it. And this was another strategy that actually worked really, really well in our favor to get this wire in 24 months now for any project we got looking at.
28.
28. We got a member that's wanting an upgrade before December, big load. We couldn't get there if we had to order that stuff right now.
28 weeks, 28 months.
28 weeks.
Sorry, 28 weeks. And then while we're on the topic, transformers, the board approved a transformer risk buy in the last budget and this month's budget. The amount of money we saved members by risk buying those up in our inventory, huge amount of money we saved. We've got actual co-ops calling us now, ready to dough out dollars. So I feel like, Gordon, we've done exactly, I'm glad you brought up the G5 because it is a model for what we should be doing.
And when we knew exactly what we had to do, we haven't bought a single thing that can't be used elsewhere. When it came time, all right, we're getting ready to order something that can only be used on this project. We had everything nailed down at that point, and we did not order a single thing that we can't repurpose elsewhere. There's no special order stuff that we're gonna eat. It's all stuff that can be gotten rid of.
That's great. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you gonna get John?
Yeah.
I think it's a 5-minute break. It's good time to do it. Or you can.
Oh, yeah. You don't need to go get, take your.
Big week.
Thanks, Matt. Yep.
Executive session there.
We're coming back out of executive session and open session. John, you're continuing on.
I don't know if it's gonna work, but you can try it.
Oh. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is review the results, first pass of results of a review of all of the commercial class segmentation. So we have this, just a reminder of what's the way the tariff structured right now between the small, medium, large. The small is intended to be cut members whose maximum demands are between 0 and 30 kW over in any 1 month over 2 years. And for the medium, it's between 30 and 75. And for large, it's between 75 and 1,000. Now, the data I had was 1 year because we do a 1 year test year, so it's not quite the same, but it will make a huge difference for us, at least when we first start to look at it. So what I did was I took all of the maximum peak demands by month that were provided and I just plotted them out. So this shows the blue dots, dark blue dots are large commercial. The orange dots are medium commercial and the gray dots are the small commercial. And going across the bottom are the 12 months. And up the left, the y-axis is the demand in kW. And I dropped 2 lines in there that reflect my estimates of where those thresholds are for small and medium at the very bottom. Now, this chart isn't the best one because you can see some of these large customers are much larger than those thresholds for the medium and the small. But the one thing it does show is that a lot of the large, which is the blue, are at the top of the chart, which is what you would expect to see. The big customers should be the bigs. They should have the highest demands. In a perfect world, everything above the 75 megawatt line would be blue, everything between the 2 lines would be orange, and everything below the line would be gray. That's at least in the peak month for each highest marker for each customer over 2 years. That's how it would be. Now, this shows every customer every month, so it won't be quite that way, but it does still show you that for the most part, the larges are large. There are exceptions where you see some orange or some gray above the lines where they should pretty much never go without being reclassified. And to take a closer look on my next slide, I drilled down, I cut out a lot of that higher up large commercials so you could zoom in on just those members that up to about 100 kW. And I redrew the cutoff lines for 30 and for 75 for the small and the medium. And again, you see that under the 30 is largely gray with a little bit of orange. So that's meaning small commercials. A lot of small commercials are in the right spot. Now, there are also, and there's a lot of orange between the 2 lines, which means most of the mediums are in the right spot. You do see a few large commercials that are under the 75 threshold. And you see at least one that's under the 30 threshold in what looks like the 5th month, which is May. But again, these are all the months. So this was a broad first pass to say, well, where is everybody? And is anyone grossly in the wrong spot? This indicator shows that there are some members that we need to go back and look at. And the way to do that next is to say, let's take every individual member's highest month usage over a 2-year span. And that's it. Forget all the other months. Just pick that highest month usage and plot those and see what happens, how they shake out. Because they're allowed to go under that threshold every month except one over 2 years. It's the peak demand over 2 years that sets the bar, sets which class they're in. And I have 2 more charts to sort of show what else I did. So then I said, well, let's sort them, all the data. It's still all the months, but I just rolled them all together. And across the bottom, you see is no longer the months. This is the month of July. And across the bottom is not a meaningful number. It's just kind of the count of points. So I can spread it out. You don't see them all in one bunched up column. But the column on the left is still demand. It goes up to 800. So you can see that the blue almost, if you just look at them as lines, the blue line is almost always higher than the orange, which is almost always higher than the gray. And at the very high volumes, that is perfectly makes sense. The more you go off to the right, the more you see points that, it may be that July isn't that particular member's peak month over the 2 years.
But again, I zoomed down into the 100 and drew the lines so that here again, large customers, at least in July, which I took as a proxy for a peak month for a lot of the members, they are mostly high, almost always higher than the mediums, which are almost always higher than the smalls. There are a few between that 50 and 60 count threshold where it gets mixed together. And those are the ones that I would go back with the accounting and billing team and say, okay, let's take a closer look at these guys, because first off, July may not be their peak month, and that second pass of picking out their peak over 2 years and just plotting that will be, the hard and fast break. But in general, I thought this was useful because of the trending. So when you look at the trending, we don't have a gross misapplication of the rate schedules here with these customers, these members' demands. You can see that at large, the largest are the largest, and the mediums are in the middle, and the smalls are the smalls. So you might say, well, maybe these red lines need to move around. Maybe it's possible that those aren't in the right place. And to take that 2-year peak, which we'll have to do some work to get that, because Sam's data that he provided through all that AMI was just the 1 year, and that was an enormous amount of information. But we can do that next. But at least we know we don't have a gross problem. And, for those of you who remember the old TVs where you had the growth control, the gross tuning and fine tuning, right? So the gross is fine. We're going to jump it is okay. And we're going to jump into the fine tuning next and be able to pick out some individual members who we might need to do some visiting. But in general, I think this shows us that this one and this one kind of show that, hey, the bigs are the bigs, and the mediums are the mediums, and the smalls are the smalls for the most part. So again, we may have a handful of members who will want to go back and revisit and adjust. When you do that, of course, it's going to affect their bills, so that's another factor. But if we had a gross problem and all the blues and oranges and grays were all mixed together, well, then we would need to take action right now to revise not just where the lines are drawn, but what we charge them. As it is, in my view, we don't need to do that. We just need to pick out a few of these guys out there at the end, or possibly a few of those guys in the bottom right-hand corner that on a 2-year basis to see if there are a handful of members who might be miscategorized. And again, this isn't, this is the high level pass. This is, it's not a highly quantified analysis. We use the data we had from the test year that we could get from the AMI and do a gross pass here to identify if there was a big problem. In my view, there is not.
Well, and we already, when you say go through the members and pull them and put them in the right class, we already do that. So that happens in December.
Yeah, and I assumed you would do it at the front end too. So when we first put the thing in, but of course factors change, and maybe a facility may add a production line or get rid of something, things of that nature.
Okay. So those are being reviewed, are moving them. So there could be people in there that the last time that they got moved, they were fine. But now after this New Year's, they're not anymore.
Exactly. That's my guess is why you got those.
And you do that, I'm sorry, in December?
December.
Oh, that's great. So it's coming right up.
Yeah.
And on the 2-year basis?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
And then we contact them and tell them after the review, this is what you were in, this is what you're going to be in. And that's what it gets moved to.
Until a year later, we'll look at it again.
Yeah.
Understood. So that's really good news, because that to me is evidence that your process works. Even if there might be some exceptions who during the year they transition, your process would catch that in December if we don't catch it between now and the next board meeting. So there you have it.
I actually didn't like that originally, the whole having to go back every 2 years and do that, but it alleviates what you're talking about from happening, right?
So I look at that as, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I look at that as, what do they say about forecasting, like weather forecasting, right? Do it early and often, right? It's much easier to predict what's going to happen tomorrow if I start, if I do it every hour today versus trying to predict a day 10 months from now. Here, at least you're catching them as you go. It might be difficult every December. You got some work to do, but you're squaring them up for the whole year.
Right.
So that makes a lot of sense. Next, I just want to reiterate some of my conclusions about the cost of service and rate study. So my first conclusion, which we saw earlier on the slide, is that all of the major rate classes are contributing
to margins. So there, we have a couple of little things that we talked about, but at large, the classes with significant revenues are contributing to margins. They aren't doing so at the same levels. So the single phase class is contributing at a level lower than the system average. And what I call the bigs, or the large customer, the large member classes, are contributing at a level above average. This is something that I see at virtually, I can't think of a single co-op that I've done a study for in my dozens of electric cooperative cost service studies, which this is not the case to some degree. The degrees will vary, but it is almost universal, that kind of condition where the single phase or residential or general service has a rate of return lower than the larger customer classes, with some others kind of strewn in there at random spots if they're smaller classes. Then we had one class on the industrials for which the cooperative has no distribution rate base because there's no investment to serve. They are what we would otherwise call a direct served. So you could not see a return on rate base for that particular class, but you could see that they have a rate of return on revenues that was 10%, which is a healthy number. So I can confidently include them in the group that is contributing to margins, even though the data, you can't divide by zero, so the data doesn't reflect that. And then last but not least, the per unit charges, and we just talked about this in executive session, the per unit charges from the cost of service study show that this customer charges, demand charges, and energy charges in your rate schedules are relatively close to those that come out of the cost of service study. Now, they're not identical, and we don't have to be identical, but they are, the ratio of those two numbers are relatively close to one. They are not wildly different than one, in my expert opinion. And that, to me, is a sign that your charges are largely in line with cost of service. So with those conclusions, based on that, I make recommendations. The first is that mostly because of that last point, because your demand, energy, and customer charges are largely consistent, not out of whack, so to speak, they're consistent. And for the reasons that we talked about in the last board meeting with respect to overall revenues and expected expenditures, as well as some of the uncertainties for expenses, for the PCA, for supply chain, and for industry at large in terms of economic conditions in the Midwest, I don't recommend that any base rate increases or decreases be made now. And when I say base rate, I mean the demand, energy, and customer charges in your rate schedules. I don't mean the PCA. The PCA is a automatic rate mechanism. It will adjust automatically as the Hoosier Energy PCA adjusts. And those forecasts have gone up even more, as you know. So the tracker, I'm just calling it the tracker, the PCA, as a tool is automatic and it works great. We shouldn't mess with it. And the base rates, while there some adjustments might be warranted on paper, the conditions that the management team talked about last time, I think, offset those concerns. And for now, particularly because all this is forward-looking based on the anticipated Hoosier change, my recommendation would be to sit tight, closely monitor it, but let's let some of these uncertainties become certain, come to fruition before making any hard choices. The exception would be on the two tariffs that are tied to the Hoosier rate schedule today that we know will change on April 1st. That is both related to the interruptible and to the load control. Both of those on the Hoosier, on the wholesale side, are going to become obsolete. And so you really do want the retail rate schedules to be closely aligned with the wholesale rate schedules so that your revenues from retail and your expenses from wholesale don't diverge. And then last but not least, with respect to the segmentation of commercial rates, at large, you don't have any gross problem there. I don't recommend any changes. I think we could, I'm glad to know you have the process where you review each year, because my suggestion was going to be do that next phase of the 2-year peaks and see who's close to borderline and take them on a case-by-case basis. You have a process for that already, so this one is sort of a self-fulfilling recommendation, I guess, but
I don't think you have, the evidence doesn't show that you have any kind of gross problem and that your process is a good one for managing that. So that's all I have with respect to the rate case segmentation for commercial. Questions about any of that?
Any questions for John?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the support and the feedback and the questions, and we will look to turn around the other items that we spoke about earlier as quickly as possible so we can get those last few things refined.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
The other thing I know is going to be asked about is, you guys had asked me, and I sent you the memo. I figured I'd kind of go over it real quick just to give you the data that you asked for. So our solar rates were created using the Hoosier Power Bill, the energy charges, plus the demand charge, or production demand charge, which is divided by the total kWh from our wholesale class. So that's single phase, small commercial, medium commercial, large commercial. There are many different ways that other co-ops and IOUs theories for how you want to pay this back or not pay it back, however you want to do it. So I've listed a couple. One is an avoided energy cost from Hoosier Energy. So there was a committee that was actually put together back in 2014. Hoosier Energy gives us every year, based upon the past year's results, of what is the cost that I'm avoiding by a solar member putting on electrons, essentially. And so they give us that every year. You can see it right here. Theory one, it's basically 3.5 cents per kWh. So that's one theory. Theory number two is the average energy cost for a wholesale class. So this is everyone but industry. You can see down here, theory two, it basically have you doing, this is only energy only. It's about 4.6 cents during summer, 4 cents for winter, and off peak right around 4 cents. Then you got theory three, which is roughly how we basically built the original rates, which is it's production demand and energy. And again, that's how what we use to put ours together. You can see the data there. It's roughly a little bit over what we actually have in our tariffs today for winter, summer, I believe even off peak. Yes. So that's theory three. And then theory four, I don't have any data for. All I'm telling you, I sent you guys a memo a couple months ago. It talks about all the IOUs are now following this act, Senate Act 309, which basically says whatever the average marginal price of electricity is through MISO, whatever node MISO they're at, that's what they get, plus this 25% premium. You can get out online now and see a lot of the approved tariffs through like Duke and some of the other ones if you want to go look at those, but they're in the 3 to 4 cent range. So that's the data. Again, this just comes straight from either Hoosier or comes straight from our power bills. And then today's rates, I put at the top, we have the Rev 1 rates and then the current rates. So I don't have a recommendation on this other than just giving you all the data.
John, could you break this out where there would just be a summer and a winter rate?
Depends on what theory you want to go with. John didn't put this together. But
I would be going off of Hoosier Energy's bills that we receive. So we're paying our members what we're charging our members as we're doing it each month.
For production and energy, or just?
I would be looking at, yes, cost, because one of the benefits we have that most our EMCs probably don't have, we have quite a few solars, and I believe we have at least one substation that our line loss is actually negative because of the solar that we're producing. So there are benefits to solar line loss. It lowers demand. So that's where I would like to see us go. It's just a summer and winter rate.
So I can tell you that I did look from the cost of service study as to what the avoided cost would be on an annual basis, not a seasonal basis?
Not just energy, but power.
So in the study, the data I used was related to purchase power energy only. And that was like 3.9 cents. Almost 4 cents, 3.965 annualized. So seasonally, that could be higher, but that's based on the Hoosier bills, all of the parts of the bill that relate to energy.
But what I'm looking at, if you just take the winter, summer and the off peak, and you just went winter, summer. And because there's truly no off peak for residential or wholesale.
Yeah, so, I guess I didn't see where this actual calculations were done, where they came from, but yeah, you can always convert with sufficient, you may have to make some assumptions, but you can always convert over into different subsets of a year. So,
If you could give us that option to look at, I would appreciate it.
He didn't put any of this together,
But he's doing our cost of service guide.
but this is based upon theories from our power bill.
Okay.
If you tell me what you want, I'll get it to you though. Are you saying just do the summer months would be what months?
Just they follow Hoosier, June through November and December through May.
And then so we would only pay back in June, July, August?
No, you pay back 6 months. There'd be a number for the summer months and there'd be a number for the winter months.
So 6 and 6 is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I can pull that right from the usual bill, yeah. I can create, are you wanting it on energy only or energy and production demand?
It's going to be production demand.
So both. The theory 3 essentially just broken out 6 months here, 6 months here.
And then you would be adding the 25% adder, correct?
On top of the production? I mean,
Yes.
that's up to you guys.
Well, but I'd like to see the numbers and then we can discuss it.
Yep, that'd be no problem to put together.
Okay, thank you.
it's interesting though that your production demand is included in there in all the months. Because in my view, solar doesn't reduce your production demand costs if the peak demand occurs at 8 a.m, which it does.
In your winter months when your solar's not running.
Right.
Or not producing, I should say.
I don't know how.
We're number 1 right now.
No, we're number 3. Oh, sorry, what are you talking about? This one right here is, if I take how they originally.
That's where we are now?
No, that's what.
At the very top.
So here's Rev 1, there's 3 members on Rev 1. Here's our current. Here's our current. But if you take.
What's Rev 1?
That's the current rate. That's the current rate.
These are what's on our tariffs today. So there are 3 members that have what we consider Rev 1. And then which was prior to me. And then there's current tariff that's available to anybody new or anybody that wants to put in solar. And those are the differences they get paid. Those, how they came up with those numbers was based upon the Hoosier bill that I calculated right here.
So go back. Rev 1 is, I didn't think that existed anymore.
There's 3 members, yes.
But they're grandfathered?
Yes.
That's kind of the word we would use. They get that rate, but no one else does.
Correct. And then anyone new, which I don't have all the numbers, but are on this rate. It just depends on what theory you want to do too. I have no idea,
I'm just trying to get a feel from where we are and what we're proposing to go to, I guess.
What theory do you want to go to first? Do you believe in avoided cost? Do you believe in power cost only, or do you believe that solar does provide, we don't have to go buy generation because of solar.
We're just wanting to look at the figures of all of it.
I don't really agree with the production demand because we've sat in how many meetings?
I agree.
And we're doing all these PPAs from Hoosier and the nameplate capacity of these projects are deeply discounted on these solar. I mean, it's not really helping that much. So I don't really feel like it's helping to offset any demand.
It's not, the only thing is our penetration's not high enough that it's one way or the other is really affecting anything. I mean, you are subsidizing people in my opinion, but the penetration is not very high. I mean, we probably have one of the higher penetrations in the state. It's because we give back that amount. Whereas a lot of other, even the IOUs are right around 3 and 4 cents now. We're compensating 8 to 6 in summer and winter.
But those members are also getting cost avoidance. I mean, you're talking about what they're getting credit for, what they're putting back on the system.
Yeah.
They're also avoiding a retail rate.
Correct.
The other time.
Correct.
So they are getting a full, they're almost getting a full retail benefit the other periods of time, right?
I mean, they're offsetting their bill. That's what you're asking.
No, we're paying them 3.5 cents and we're turning around selling it for 10 and a half.
But you're using less energy at a retail rate. So you are getting the full retail rate during part of the month already. Because you're using what you're producing.
Correct. But that was the investment that they made.
Right.
I was gonna put a bunch of other co-ops and and I can do that if you want me to, what their rates are and all that. Look, I don't know that we even touched this. That's completely up to you guys. Penetration isn't that high. Solar costs are way high right now because of tariffs and other things. I don't.
No, we said we'd look at it.
That's what I did. I provided.
That's what we got. I mean,
So I'm gonna ask, I thought we had agreements in place to get away from the grandfathered stuff.
I think we took that as it was, and I'm not willing to go into the conversation, honestly, but you can go back and listen to it. We felt like it was an agreements.
But I thought you already had someone that came forward and you asked them and they removed themselves from it. No.
there are 3.
There are 3.
There are 3. Okay.
Well, I think there was 4 at one time, were
One guy saying he
moved, yeah. Oh, the other one you're talking about, no, he said he would, but we never did because it's either all 4. To me, it's either you're gonna remove everyone or you're not.
That much of a financial impact
None of this is that big of a financial impact if you want.
to do the
I
three.
mean, it's our penetration in that.
I just thought it would clean it up.
It would do that. I mean,
If it's no financial impact, then there's no financial impact to those 3
right,
routes.
to go the other route. So and I think I think it can be changed on the boards we have for the individual coming in. So
There's no contracts on
we as a board can.
Yes, there
Well,
are.
there is.
Not long.
It says that either party can terminate with 30 days notice or something's very weak.
We already talked.
But they all signed an agreement that states what they're on.
Correct. But it says you can terminate it in 30 days.
We have bigger issues to worry about, but that's my personal opinion. If it's not that big of an impact.
It just depends on what side you want to take of solar. I mean, some people would say any subsidy is bad and I don't know. That's not my decision. All I know is it's not that big a deal when it comes to dollars from, it's just not that big. I mean, you're sort of incentivized, with the rates that we have, you're sort of incentivizing people to do it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, that was one of the questions I got asked. Could argue either side.
So how do we want to go forward with this? I know Jeff.
I would like to see the summer, winter.
And I think the board, now, is it gonna be, we can change this
Whenever.
tariff pretty much at any time. So we can go forward with that and maybe discuss as a board how we wanna follow through with maybe just the one tariff or what have you, so. Okay. So we're good here with solar, correct? So I think the next step then is probably, we heard some recommendations from John. I don't know what the right term would be. I guess we need to consider rescinding the two tariffs that we have in place today, the LCP and the interruptible tariffs. And we can go ahead and do that now, correct?
I would wait on the LCP until John does this bill up. I think that there is two interruptibles, right? So one of them, someone's on, the other one, there's no one on. I think you do got to rescind those two if that's the direction you want us to go. But I would make it as of April 1st of next year.
Okay.
In other words, we have to do the whole 60 or 90 days, I forget what it is. We actually have to notify the member, and then it would take place April 1st when Hoosier does.
So we
it.
still have time next month.
Yeah, I mean, the earlier the better, so I can let the member know, but I would not do anything with the LCP until, because that could change what you want to do.
Potentially. Should we go ahead and? Well,
it's up to you.
You guys good with going through this, making a decision next month then, or we, okay?
The schedule is we really did want it this month, but you're gonna wait on the LCP for a little bit anyway.
All right. And so we'll get that information fairly soon, I mean, through the next month. And maybe make that decision next month. Correct? What I'm hearing. Everybody good with that? While John's still here, do we have any additional questions for him? Would you want to stay and sit through the rest of this meeting with us, which,
Until Friday.
you know,
Right.
I think it's kind of looking like that.
Thank you.
Much to go. Thank you. Brother. All right, are we good to go on? Crystal, I think you're up next, talking about the annual meeting survey. Is that correct?
Travels, John.
Thanks, John.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're just gonna go through the survey results that we got back and some recommendations that as the employees got together and kind of talked about how did we think that the annual meeting went this past year? Kind of what improvements we thought could be made. So, maybe,
I figured it wouldn't work. All right, you're just gonna tell me.
go ahead. Okay, so we did send it out to attendees and non-attendees, and we got a fabulous response. We got 941 responses, which I think is really good. 712 were non-attendees, and then 229 were attendees. Go ahead and go to the next one. So this is just a kind of a picture showing you that we got a good response from our entire service territory. It wasn't like we had just one area that responded really well. We really did have a great response for all over the place. And then just kind of shows you the density in picture form. And then this is just talking about the number of annual meetings that everybody has attended. So this kind of looks a little, but the dark line is the blue line, and it shows that 64% of our members that attended have attended for more than 5 years. And then it was 46% in 2021. I'm not going to read all of these numbers, but you can see. Go ahead. The overall satisfaction with the meeting, we did have a 73% satisfied to very satisfied. So we did have an increase this year compared to last year. Slight, but it still was an increase. Satisfaction with the voting process, same thing, 79% were satisfied to very satisfied. We did have a tick up in the 5s, so that's always good. Next. The reason for attending the annual meeting is pretty consistent with years past, the bill credit and the food. It seems to be always the highest. And then likely to attend next year, so 96% said that yes, they would be participating next year. Important to offer the voting options than just at the annual meeting. Because if you look here, it shows that they're kind of the similar question, but having a voice in the co-op was huge, as well as electing the right candidates. So these numbers are very close from attendee and non-attendee. And then the preferred voting method. So 52% prefers to vote by mail, 37% by Smart Hub or online, and then we had 10% that preferred to vote in person. So 90% prefer to vote online or at the mail. So having that multi-platform is still a good option for us and what our members are wanting. The most important election considerations. So 62% was security, 62% convenience, 59% for non-biased election, and then 51% having multiple ways to participate, and then 15% was reducing the legal risk. So like we've seen, members want secure, convenient, and non-biased election process. The preferred method of communication, bill insert ticked up, and then email is pretty consistent. We have been doing, I'm sure you've probably all noticed, we've been doing a lot more email communication to the members, and the response that we're getting on the click rates and the open rates are, they're really increasing over the last 4 or 5 months. So that's definitely working.
What changed in that, Crystal, to see so many?
I think that we're just doing more. Abby and I are just kind of, when we see something, we're like, oh, we think that should go to everybody. And it's super easy to do an email blast.
Yeah, more people are talking about it.
Yes, yeah. So we're going to continue with that trend.
Yeah, I think the word of mouth too. I mean, we've been doing this now for about 3 or 4 years now with inside information. And I think people are starting to pick it up. What we learned at the very beginning was it's going to everybody's trash.
The emails have become more consistent and more often.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that once somebody opens one and it's something that's relevant to them, then they're like, oh, an email from inside information, maybe that's something I actually really want to look at. The one we sent out for capital credits, we had like a 92% open rate on that one. And I think really that might have been the trigger of, oh, they're giving me money back. So what are we going to get now? Because it seemed like it's kind of been ticking up since that really huge response. And of course, the magazine is always high up there for members that don't have internet, or, you know, they just like to see the good old fashioned magazine. And then how did you hear about it? Obviously 75% was the magazine. A huge percent was by email, and then social media was a big one as well. And then preferred method of, I said that one. And then as you can see with the age demographics, we do have a large number of, 65 up that attends the meeting. But we are starting to see some, increases in the, 30 to 40 age as well. And then this is our quorum. So you can see that it did increase from 21 to 22. We went from 21.4 to 22.41. So we did have an increase in the attendance. And then the voting stats. So for 2022, we had 67% that was the paper, 29 for the Smart Hub and web, 5% that was on-site. So that's where we get the 22.41. So it is going up. These were just some highlights that we had from the employee feedback. So the registration card, we have to do a better job advertising for them to bring that to the event. Obviously, I do registration every year, and every year it's like a challenge when they pull up. And if they don't have that card, we have to search for them. And if you don't spell their name exactly like it is, it will not pop up. And it's just a delay when you're trying to get through people really quick. So if they just have that card, there's the barcode, we scan it, and then 2 seconds, they're down the road in the drive-through event. So we just need to do a better job with that. And then food, sandwich and the snacks. So just doing making sure that we're consistent on what are we going to do? Are we going to give everybody in the car only a bag of Chick-fil-A, or are we going to give, if there's only 2 people in the car and they say they have a kid at home, are we going to give them 3 bags? Because we did that here and we ran out, and then we didn't this year and we had tons of stuff left. So just knowing prior to sending that order for food, what is the stance going to be here? Are we giving it or are we not? So that we're not stuck with a bunch of stuff. On-site voting, the consensus was to not offer just because it was a huge delay in the process, the way that we did it. Now, obviously, there is other options that we can do that has on-site voting. If we're going to do it as an in-person, I think that part of that would be eliminated, but the drive-through event and having it just come through one line was a huge holdup. And there was several comments in the survey that was most of the complaints was it took forever to get through. Why didn't you have a separate line for people if they were just wanting to get through and register and get their food? So that wasn't a great option that we did, but you do it and then you learn from it. So the on-site versus in-person, the majority of the employees would like to see the event come back as an in-person. We don't have the member appreciation event anymore. That's been gone for several years now. And that was a good opportunity for us to engage with our members and all of the employees to be included instead of having the drive-through event to where they can only talk to 1 or 2 of us for just 2 seconds because they got to keep going or we're going to be holding up the line. So being able to have it back in person to where they can come up and chat with us or chat with Brett, chat with you guys. It's just a better engagement for the members. The QR code for the business meeting, having signs around the event center so that we can actually have them scan that QR code instead of typing in that really long Zoom link, because that's a pain. So that was a big suggestion. And then offer prizes that are donated by our vendors. So I follow a lot of co-ops on Facebook, and I see so many cool things that other people are doing. And I'm like, oh, we should do that. We should do that. And they actually gave away 25 prizes to members, but they didn't pay for any of it. It didn't come out of their annual meeting budget. It was donations from like their tree trimmers, from their electric contractors, Brownstown Electric, Milwaukee was one of them. So we could reach out to the vendors that we use, and it was a simple $25 gift card. But it's something that we can give more members and have, we can maybe give away 30 prizes, do some bill credits, but then do some donated items so that we're kind of giving back a little bit more than just the $10 bill credit. So those were kind of the highlights from the employee comments.
Those are, Crystal, those are comments from our employees.
Our employees. Correct.
Go back to that, Brett, please. On the on-site voting, the comment nominating committee, they were telling members who to vote for when campaigning was done.
Yeah.
Is that a single comment? Is that a multiple comments or
There was
that multiple? So that's
that witnessed that happening. Yes. I was obviously not in that realm because I was trying to stay close to the fire hydrant so that I didn't lose my Wi-Fi signal to register.
To back up, I attended the Shelby County and they used their phones for that reason. So they were way far out. And I do think the double lines and just some people that were confused about how to vote, how not to vote. I'm not so sure the voting and the registration both caused the backup, because I had a few, and I told them to turn their comments that were texting me from the road.
Yeah.
With a line that long, and it was stopped at the registration, and there was nobody in front of the voting, so I think it would be a combination of that.
Yeah, I was super frustrated. I don't know if anybody really seen, I know Dale did because he came up multiple times. I was like, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. I was.
But in person with solved.
Yes, I was very frustrated by that whole process. I'm like, I've done this for 16 years and it was the worst. But it can be resolved, moving forward. We now know that's not a great option.
Learn from it.
And we do have iPads now that all have cell service. So that would not be an issue in the future either, because we now have 8 iPads that have cell service. So we could literally just keep walking down the line.
It was pretty consistent over the employees about going back to in person.
What would you say, Carl? We had 50 people we had to redirect at least.
To the other entrance.
Yeah.
Any other questions on that?
Any more questions?
Just on the annual meeting, can we get the survey and ballot wrap up?
I think so.
Ballot wrap up, what is that? It's the actual report for the election. Let me see.
You mean who voted from what districts and?
Yeah, it's what we used to get, the survey and ballot.
I think we got.
I don't think we got it last year. We got it 2 years ago.
I think we got something like this.
I don't have anything.
I'll check and find out.
Okay, thank you.
I think, yes, we can do that.
Okay, so the 2023 annual meeting and election recommendations. So for the election, SBS or somebody, a third party preferred vendor to continue to have the multi-platform, online Smart Hub and the mail, doing on-site voting, but having it at a actual computer station that is manned by SBS, so that we don't have to worry about if somebody says that Crystal was over there talking to somebody. Like, we don't want that. We want to eliminate any kind of issues where someone feels like we aren't protecting their privacy, because that was obviously heard loud and clear.
Southeastern News did.
And they did, yeah. And so they would walk up to the computer, they would log on as their name. It would tell them if they voted or not. And then as soon as it said they didn't, then they could just click like they were doing it on Smart Hub, vote, submit it, and it goes into the tally. That keeps everything out of our hands and we're not doing anything suspicious. Update the bylaws to the current voting process. Company attorney deliver the results at the business meeting. That way we're not having this conversation of, well, the nominating committee is supposed to count the votes. We're not allowed to count the votes. And this has been heard for 2 years now. So if everybody is good with that type of a platform, just going ahead and just getting everything cleared up before we move into the next year cycle. Having the event at the fairgrounds, 4 to 7. One of the things that we heard was having it a little longer so that if people are working, they can get there and it not just be cut off at 6 o'clock. With the business meeting being virtual. So we would not have the grandstand and all of the electronics and mics and all that stuff, because that is a huge expense. But we would just have it here at the office like we did before. And we could pre-record some of the things like we did last year. And doing that from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And then the various engagements and the entertainment, we talked about the beneficial electrification vendor, having a booth there for people to look at the weed eaters and the chainsaws and leaf blowers, all the electronic things. Also having a computer there for Smart Hub registration, because I think we still have a lot. We have about 60% of our membership that is signed up for Smart Hub. But I don't think that people fully understand the magnitude that Smart Hub is capable of. So if we could have a station where we've got someone manning that and a member comes up and we can sign them up for Smart Hub, we can walk through, you can look at your usage, you can look at your bills, just having more of that engagement with the members and just educating them. And then we've talked about several other things. doing a live line demo. You went to Rush Shelby's. I mean, they have a fabulous turnout and they do all of these more entertainment type things. The giveaway bags donated from the vendors as well as the drawing. Doing a Chick-fil-A bag or a meal bag, if we can find a local vendor that can support that and keep things hot. I mean, we're open to whatever, but we do have a lot of comments about Chick-fil-A that people really like Chick-fil-A. In 2019, when they checked it out, nobody local said they could support that magnitude of food, and to be able to keep it warm. But we can definitely check into that. Still keeping it as the $10 bill credit for attendees of the event. And then we talked about having it as a live stream option, and then having that QR code around the meeting.
I think that's it.
Okay. Is there any questions? Any hands?
I think that local entertainment, we can spotlight some local artists, some entertainers here, because we have a lot of local talent that does individual concerts for that. I think that would be a highlight. I also talked with WTRIA a couple years ago when it was still live, and they said they'd be more than happy to set up their speakers free, play requested music, because I was coming up with a fun list of like, Ring of Fire, the Electric Slide, things type they are, playlist music. So just a couple, just some side notes on that.
Yep.
I think the QR codes would be very helpful, and so many more people are used to it with menus
Right
now, so it's not like it's something foreign to a lot of us.
And we did talk about like ice cream booth. So we're talking about doing two because the line was so long to just have one, and then we ran out and I didn't get any ice cream, so.
That was the worst comment.
I think they did tickets, they have an ice cream ticket.
Yes, yeah,
That kind of cover what you're talking about.
yeah.
Yes.
But basically just doing it more around a member engagement and not so much a stuffy business meeting. Nobody wants to do that.
Shelby had a bluegrass band. I did. I thought it was very.
You're just looking for a motion to, with these parameters for.
Yeah, we kind of just need for you,
For the budget.
the budget, yeah, because we're working on budget to finalize by hopefully next week. So yeah, we kind of just need a guideline of, are you guys on the same page, or do you want us to do something completely different? Because we don't waste time putting things together if that's not the plan.
I don't support updating the bylaws, but everything else I'm good with.
Do we normally
What do
set the date now?
Wait a minute, I want to ask Jeff, you said you don't, what?
I don't support changing the bylaws.
Yeah, I mean, really what that was is we've got a lot of money invested in legal for 2 years now in a row about who counts those. I don't even know what the nominating committee does in the board. I don't know. I mean, it's already.
Maybe we need to meet with them and talk to them about it.
I've talked to plenty of them.
I think we as a board.
Well, I know the CEC committee is going to be.
And I'm good with that. Are they going to meet with them next month?
I don't think we need to eliminate that. You know, right now you're saying you're not good with it. Of course, I guess as you budget it, you're gonna.
That doesn't impact the.
Right.
So
what we're needing.
Yeah, so let's,
We just wanted to cover that piece.
Sure.
Because that just keeps getting brought up, so.
but as far as the other takeaways, I mean, at the fairgrounds and the time frame and the $10 bill credit, I mean, going forward, you'll get a good idea of what you could budget for. So are there any other modifications that anyone?
Why do you need to update the bylaws?
Again, it makes no difference in what they're doing. It'll have an impact. Later, we'll work through it, Carl.
Yeah, this option gets rid of paper ballots other than mail. And I think that's a plus. I mean, for everyone.
Well, because that was just a pain. I mean, when
Right.
people was pulling up and they had their ballot filled out, we couldn't take that ballot. They had to fill out a new ballot and then they'd have to open it up and who did I vote for?
How many did vote on site? Did you have?
70. There were 70 on.
So could we accommodate those 70 if it's an in-person event?
And we spent, what, $3,500, $4,000 for those. having
Was it for that or
this-
was it for the 500 for them to be there on site
Yeah,
and count?
it was for them to be.
For both? It wasn't just for those 70?
Yeah.
We wouldn't have had it if we didn't have the
We'll still
on-site.
be doing that, but it'll be on a computer. It won't be paper and,
So
yeah.
that cost will still be there.
I mean, the
Yes.
cost
The
to bring
cost will still
somebody
be
down.
there. Yeah,
Well, unless you didn't do on-site voting, then
Well,
it's
that's what, yeah,
Right.
that's where.
right. But to leave it I mean, I get it, but to leave it multi-platform because that is obviously what the membership wants.
And the reason I like, or, we went round and round, should we even recommend on-site? But we went to Southeastern and somebody went to the on-site and I actually asked them afterwards, I'm like, what made you go to on-site voting when you had all these other platforms? You know what they said? We wanted to vote, we totally forgot.
And
Passed the
that was their
deadline.
opportunity.
That was their opportunity. And I get that.
Or they always have?
Yeah.
Prior to COVID, I mean, that's what they're used to.
Really, I don't think that's a big deal. But we do need to be aware there's costs associated with
Right.
that. We're okay with it?
Right.
And if we do this, the whole point is you're gonna have SBS basically hit and a report button. You're gonna get a report out. There's nothing for anybody to really do other than to get it from.
Margin for error shrinks tremendously.
The only thing there is to do at that point is to get it from their printer to the attorney, which I would assume the attorney could do that. I don't know what else you need to do. The reports and the summaries are the report. It's just like last year, I'm trying to think of like, okay, what is there to do? And the other thing that I think, I wanted to be clear on this, I think, is the reason we use, because there were some comments that were like, well, I don't know why we're using a vendor. Let's have the nominating committee count the ballot. That's not what this vendor's doing. This vendor's providing a multi-platform election. A small part of what they're doing is combining all that together and counting. So there was like 4 or 5 comments that did talk about, let's get rid of a vendor that does this and we'll just have the nominating committee count the ballots. That's not possible. The only way to do that is to basically go back to, you vote at the annual meeting with the paper ballot, you have them counted at the end. Because again, there was only like 3 or 4, I think, comments around that, but SBS does the multi-platform. We don't have, for us to do that multi-platform, which obviously through the survey is what the members want, it'd be way more expensive than what they charge us.
Well, in the survey comments, there was really not that many and there was hardly any negative. I mean,
It was really good.
maybe like 10, I'm gonna say 10. And most of them were about fiber.
Mhm.
When are you gonna give me fiber? Wasn't even about the annual meeting.
Those were the negative.
Yeah, so I'm like, I really hope they do that fiber email study that went out. Because most of the comments were about that.
But you still have to involve the nominating committee into the situation.
What for?
Because that's for a bylaw.
Based about, what do they do?
Maybe you ought to have a meeting with them and ask them.
I mean, I know how the process would work for this. I have no idea what they would.
They would still find
Might
it.
have some better ideas too, you never know. Person may like what you're doing.
That's up to you guys.
Eliminate the nominating committee altogether?
No.
We'll see.
They should nominate.
They should nominate.
They would nominate the
They're out today doing
director.
paper ballots. We don't need that either.
I think you ought to get them a little bit of option of giving their input into it. Because that's what the bylaws.
So I think where we need to head though is we need to try to come up with a method to satisfy these conditions. If we're not gonna get this pardon me,
Just get rid of that.
I was gonna say, how about potential
Oh, yeah, okay.
update bylaw,
Yeah.
potentially update bylaws? I don't know if that satisfies enough to get this approved, but yeah, so we still need a motion. I know Jeff, we're waiting for Jeff to come back.
Do we need to make a motion tonight regarding it?
That's your goal, right?
Or is this a recommendation to think about? We have to make
going through they want to make budget process, they want to make budget estimates based upon us saying we're going to go through with it.
You'll approve the budget and like, this is okay to spend this much money, or no, it's not at the budget. This is just saying that you guys are okay with this type of platform and kind of what the recommendations are. But you'll make the approval of the budget later.
But I do want a commitment that this is what we're going
Right.
to do, because we got to start looking at some timeframes. We're going to get some,
Yeah, you need to start making people
Correct.
aware.
Yeah.
right?
Right.
and by the way, if you get by 12/2, we have to get a decision made on what vendor we're going to go with, because if we do go with SBS, you get a $400 credit if you get it in by 4/2.
Okay.
So I think last year, didn't you guys make a motion before? I think the budget was approved. I think you just made a separate motion, and we can do that next month.
Sounds familiar, but.
Well, there's no financial ramifications for this.
No.
It's just a format.
Well, there is, right? We're making a commitment. We're going to use we're going to use an electric, we're going to go this platform.
Right.
We'll bring in a couple.
There's no dollars associated with this. There's dollars going to be triggered through the budget process, but we're not voting on dollars tonight. We're voting on the format that we're going to conduct the annual meeting.
Yes.
That's all.
That's the process.
So did someone make a motion yet?
We were waiting on Jeff.
I do.
What motion do you make, Jason?
That we're gonna follow this outline for your budget purposes, budgeting purposes.
We have a first.
Second.
First and a second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Okay, so I think we're.
Thank you, Kristen.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, moving right along.
For your information, do we have questions? Any answers?
Matt, are you gonna be going over and on your report, some of these balance sheet changes? For instance, the temporary investments.
Having questions? I do have something. There's a placeholder for investigation. Did everyone see the email that I sent out yesterday? Okay, so I've got a question. I'm going to ask each director. Well, it's the same question. A yes, no answer. I'm asking you to adhere to policy 110, which is the code of ethics that says first and foremost, we need to be honest. Here's the question. Did you share in any way with anyone the August 1, 2022 meeting minutes? Brian, I'll start with you.
No.
Daniel?
No.
Blake?
No.
No.
Jeff?
No, but I also have another statement to make. In our monthly,
Hold on.
no, in our monthly statement, it states, no, all board meeting minutes are available on our website, DecaturCountyREMC.com, once approved. Who made the decision not to post them?
You answered the question, Jason.
No.
I'm with Jeff. I got the same man.
No, I'd like you to answer the question.
Who made the decision not to post it? Who made the decision?
I told Brett not to post them, and it's confidential information.
It's not
It was not
stamped confidential.
confidential.
It's not stamped confidential. You mean it's called on call to order there that wasn't stamped confidential?
Correct.
It's
Printed as
You got to interpret.
No, I don't. I don't. Meeting minutes, if you read Robert's Rules of Order, should all be public information. If you're in an executive session, you should be taking notes, and those notes should be stamped confidential. But any votes are public information. That's my
I
statement.
was not informed that it was public, it was not public information.
You answer the question.
You want to put the finger on me? Go right ahead.
Answer the question, please.
Is after the meetings.
All right. So no additional questions for Brian then? At this point?
Garrison, I don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And he expects to be done, when did he say?
He didn't have a commitment on there. He said there might be possible.
This thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it is.
We don't have an estimated cost at this point by any chance, do we?
I didn't ask him. All right, move on. Approval of the previous minutes, meeting minutes. Anybody see anything that needs to be modified? Make a motion to approve that. Need a second?
Second.
Second, first and second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same. Okay. CEO update, Brad.
All right, so a couple project updates. Safety improvement plan, Pat is at 9 safety audits. We wanted to get a goal of 12, so we're getting there. We did have a project with the pole stanchion. We put that on hold just because if we're gonna do something with the pole yard or the building in the back, I don't want to spend any money on the pole sanctions, so we've just kind of put that on hold. We're probably gonna get hit in our next facility audit through our accreditation, but we're just gonna tell them at this point, we're, looking at possibly some improvements back there anyway. So we are on track with everything else. Like I said, crew audits, plan to get to 12. Meter pole replacements, I had printed out my paper, but I don't have it, so I'm gonna try to walk through this. So meter pole replacements, Jim has finished first set, second set is working on third. So first set was 10, second set was 25, he's now working on 50. I think he's through 10 to 15 on that third set at this point. We've got one of them actually completed. The majority of them are waiting on contacts back from the member at this point, because they had to do some work on their side. That's kind of where we're at on meter poles.
How many were there in total?
150-ish.
Oh, my page, I forgot my page.
150-ish.
Yeah.
Well, and we actually had more on the list, and then we found out that they were already done. So the number went down. I think it's right around 100 where we really are at.
Give me a second, I'm gonna bring up.
We haven't sent letters. I know you had a question about that a couple months ago when we were going to send letters. We don't feel like we're staffed to this point to where we haven't had time for that person to actually meet with everybody. So even if the member's already called in and said, hey, I've got my work done, we aren't ready here. So I don't think we should send letters to people. So we're at that point, so.
You're able to act.
Yeah, so letters are not going out.
I think that's prudent. Yeah, I didn't have the total on there. We're about 35 completed out of that. So we're in that second group. Meter pole replacements. I know we're farther along than this, but we're going by the number that's actually that we've paid for, like that's basically completed work orders closed. So we're at 43 to 157 on the pole replacements. I think the number was closer to 100 that are actually done. We just haven't been either billed or the work order is not closed. Construction work plan projects. So for the G1, which is the reconductor job, that is I think he's actually got it scheduled for next week. We will complete the tie. The project's done. All we got to do is just tie it in. New circuit through the Washington side of the G5, which we just talked about. It's being worked to look and see if there's any other in-house, if there's any other designs. Industrial primary metering, we're waiting. This one we do have on caution because we are waiting on the material to come in. Design is done. It's essentially waiting on the material. Valley was talking about basically having us come in and do it during shutdown, which would be a week before Christmas. Washington underground feeder. So design is done. This is the feeder that comes out of the substation here. There's two circuits, three-phase circuits that come out, go underneath the road. We're redesigning it to replace that and come out and then go down to the creek. That project has just been upped in priority. I don't know if anyone heard or not. We had an outage on, was it Friday? It was Friday. Blew a hole in the ground in the substation. And what was interesting is at our lunch and learn, my predecessor asked me, where are you guys on that project? You're on borrowed time, and I ain't kidding you, 15 minutes later, blew a hole in the ground. So we were able to backfeed it on the circuit that's there, but again, we're on borrowed time. So DNT is looking at trying to get this done in the near future, here soon. So more to come on that. Part of the wire that's sitting out there, that 100 MC or the 100 MCO will be used for that project. And then the aged ACSR and copper wire, we've finished 1, 2, 3, and there's still a couple more to go. Tree refusals. So we've sent out the letters for the refusals. And this is kind of where everything's at as of about a week and a half ago. So there's 94 refusals total that we sent. 10 have been resolved. There's 51 tickets to the tree contractors, which basically means we haven't heard anything. It's past, or sorry. We've kind of come to a conclusion and we're getting those cut. There's 11 that are in sort of process with staking. In other words, someone wanted an option or Chris thought that there might be an opportunity. There are opportunities where instead of cutting down a row of trees that cost you $3,000, and it may cost you $1,000 to go underground. Of course, why would you go underground? Just leave the trees there. Saves us money. So there are 10 of those that are in staking, and then 22 are waiting on those 30 days. So that's kind of where everything's at. It worked. When we sent the letters, everyone called in, and we're getting them resolved. So I feel pretty confident that I've got a couple meetings scheduled for next week where folks wanted me out there. So the 51 tickets to the tree contractor shows you that we've made some progress out of the whole 94, 54 of them are ready to cut. Cost of service study, you guys know where that's at. Strategic planning, we just talked about that. Operations building, Clay came in this morning. We met with Runnabomb, kind of got some ideas on how the process when they may go forward. The committee's got the wants and needs put together. Really, I think the next step at this point is to meet with some more design build type companies. And that's kind of where we're at. Just to let you know that those dollars that we had in the budget aren't going to get spent this year. We're just not going to get there. So that's going to probably be something that we carry over, put into this next budget. But the committee is making some progress. Broadband, as you guys saw, the survey went out on the 25th. Really no updates on the BEAD grant at this point. If you know anybody and they've seen the survey, please have them fill it out. We're going to do a video on it. We've posted on Facebook. We're using every marketing thing that we got. And then last, the ladies' restroom, which I keep telling them is going to have men's sign on it when it's done.
They're finishing up. They've got, the painters have to come in and put the final touches after the flooring got put in, some scuffs got done, so they're gonna come in and just touch up. So we should be done in the next week.
Right back to broadband, there's a town hall early December in there, December 7th, 9th.
Yeah,
like-
I think I sent you guys an all-in,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. I would highly recommend you come, but I don't think it's required. I mean, it's up to you. I will send you the presentation for that prior to, because I'd really like you guys to be, sit with me as we do the town hall. I'd like their board, because this is ultimately a board decision. But I'll send you in advance what presentation. The idea is we're just going to go over, here's what we've all done, a timeline of everything that we've done, because we've been working on a broadband, ever since we've been talking about satellite, all the way to kind of wherever we end up at, come that time frame. Any questions on my projects? Questions? No. I'm gonna go over the company metrics. Purchase energy, you can see was quite a bit lower. Demand was quite a bit lower. Lost consumer hours were a little higher. Outages, again, a little higher. We mainly had the ash tree is totally killing us at this point. And we're getting a lot of calls on removing some of those too, so.
I think there's a progression with the S trees following.
Yeah.
Because I heard that up north, they're almost all down, but
Yeah, the ash borer started in Michigan.
in the north, so they're coming south. So it's,
It really started to hit, kill stuff in Decatur County in the last 4 to 5 years,
yeah, so it's gonna take a little while.
at least in bulk. I've got one in my yard. I've been watching to see how fast it dies, just to know how soon the rest of them are gonna go.
And then as you can see on my CEO report, it was a busy month. There was just a lot of stuff going on. We did complete the changes that we had stated from an organizational change. Those things will be taking place over the next couple months. Hopefully, everything will be done by the beginning of the year. And then the 2 hires, which is one, which is going to be in Crystal's spot, is we've narrowed it. I think we had about 30 applicants and it's down to about 10. And we've got phone interviews starting next week, phone scans starting next week. I'm going to give an update on the MSR.
Yeah, so the MSRs, we ended up having like 170 applications come through, so major response. So we did the first round of phone interviews. We interviewed 18 on the phone. And then we did in-person interviews this week. So we have it narrowed down to 5. It's actually a little less than that after the in-persons, but I'm not sure they've been notified, so I'm not gonna say. So Jeannie and I's goal is to hopefully by Monday, Tuesday of next week, have it narrowed down to make an offer. So hopefully be able to start November 14th-ish, depending on how much of a notice they have to give to their employers. Progress.
Did you second that meeting minutes, or does that Jason?
Made the motion. I think it was Jason.
Okay. Yeah, you thought it was Jeff. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Matt, we're ready for you then on financial update.
All right, start with, we've got net plant, another $350,000 in plant put in service. Current accrued assets, down for one, our energy bill is lower to be an off-peak, plus we spent a pile of money. We had a lot of money go out the door in the last month. Same thing, our liabilities went down because the user bill is less because we're not on peak. From a balance sheet standpoint, any questions there on any of that stuff? Next, we have our income statement. Our operating revenue is within 150,000 of budget. Our year-to-date, we're at about 26,600,000. Budget is about 26,700,000, so we're fairly close there. Our power cost is about 19,750,000. Budgeted is about 19,620,000. So that's actually reversed there. Part of that's due to the tracker, as the tracker follows behind as it's been going up. Gross margins, about $270,000 under budget. And then controllable expenses are above. That's a timing issue as much as anything. The right-of-way projects, they're moving right along. And then we have spent more money in outages this year than we had budgeted. Fixed expenses, they pretty well are what they are. And then our non-operating is pretty well about in line with what it is. I expect that will be close to our budgeted number, but I do believe the actual will come in below for the year. Next, cash flow. See, we spent $650,000 down in cash this month. Any questions there?
We don't have this, correct?
I don't have any of this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you don't?
No,
We usually have it.
It's up in the internal,
No, it's different.
oh, it's not. is it?
Summary. I can bring up the
51 is-
I mean, we normally get that, don't we?
We just didn't load it. Oh, it's just not loaded.
I think that's, I was looking through here too.
Because I was kind of confused. That's why I asked the question earlier, like, when are we going over that? I haven't seen any of that, what you just went through. That's why I was
It's a
asking.
summary of all the financials. I can bring up what we,
I thought maybe I just didn't.
no, you're not crazy.
I did not know it was not. I can email you all that.
Yeah, we don't have it. That's fine. We can move.
I can, yeah, I didn't realize you didn't have, this didn't have that.
We have that one.
Okay.
It's the same thing. It's just the
Yeah.
summary.
Yeah, I like the other one better.
You like the graphs?
The A, look at A, because this is what happened. That 250,000 or whatever the percentage is that you
Okay,
denote, this is a significant change and here's why. That eliminates a lot of questions.
okay.
I'll actually make sure we get that.
Okay.
We got to go through that.
Any questions for Matt after we went through that?
Oh,
Okay,
I had it all out there.
Matt, I think you're continuing in the next item as well.
Yeah, financial management on Matt.
Well, I want to go over plan too, though.
Oh.
You can have that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I-
That's what I'd like to do next. Start with plant one. I don't think there'll be any questions on this in general. I think most of the questions will be on the next one.
All right.
All right, so here is the plant distribution. So I've highlighted. So work plan projects, the top one includes the Washington feeder exits, Westport sub, Valley O, and that type of stuff. I believe the Westport stuff has not been, it's in design finishing. The Valley O, we've got some of the materials, but not everything. And then the Washington sub feeder exits is what exploded out here last week. So there's a bunch of materials for that but not a lot of everything is finished. The next one is the work plan projects from 21. That's the G1, which I think they finished this week. The Sardinia, which is finished, and the G5 is all included in that. New services, that's over by a significant amount, and will be well over by the end of the year because the one large new service that we're gonna have to put in before the end of the year.
I'm gonna go over both of those.
Okay, he's gonna do them in executive session, okay. Meters and transformers, that's well over, which I think we talked about in March when we were ordering everything. I think there'll be another several $100,000 to come in on that. I expect that'll wind up close to $1 million over what's in the budget there.
Over?
Yeah, the 373 when we.
That was approved.
That was in March. We asked.
I thought it was divided between 2 years.
Well,
Is what we were told.
some of it will come next year yet too. So
We don't know. We ordered
we
it
don't know
all
when
at the
it'll
same
be
time.
here. It's coming in faster than I thought it would, so, which is good. Because from what I have gathered, talking to Eric, he said that we beat the rush. He
We
said
saved a boatload on that.
we're getting stuff cheaper than what it's coming in to everybody else, and then everybody else can't get it. So he is getting calls from people wanting to trade, so that's good. We have stuff, which is what a lot of people can't say. So we are that one I think we did very well with, and the members will greatly be thrilled that we bought that stuff at a lower price. Service upgrades, I have my notes, I have nothing of note there. The pole replacements, we have over the summer, there was one of our linemen went out and found several poles that were in hard to get to areas and needed replaced. And while D&T had the crews, the machines and the ability to do that, he replaced a lot of those, or they replaced a lot of those. 21 rejects replaced 22. This is the G2, G4, and G6 that's ongoing. I do think based off how that stuff's coming in, I think that will probably be a little over the 490. I don't know exactly where it's gonna be yet. 100% because there is the labor and the materials, and you don't know exactly where everything's gonna fall right from the get-go. Meter pole 21, those are all done. Or the pole replacements 21, those are all done. Miscellaneous replacements and additions. That will likely come under. The security lights. Chris changed how the work orders are coded on those. So that number is going to stay the same the rest of the year. They're showing up in other categories. So I suspect that by the end of the year, we will be over in the plant by a fairly, it's going to be, I think it's probably going to, my best guess right now is I think it's going to be 5 to 5.5 to 5.75 million, depending on how much stuff gets done. So depending on where it falls, how many transformers come in before the end of the year, how many projects get done, that's where.
So that does include, though, we didn't update the budget for these transformers. So $1 million of that is, you guys approved it, is to do those transformers, but we didn't update so the number you see there, when he's telling you it's 5, that 4.6 doesn't include all those additional transformers that we bought, Chris bought. So a big proportion of it's that. And then, I don't know, did you want to go back to the Rev 1 or no? Okay. I mean, if you guys do remember, we had a conversation at the beginning of the year when we did budget. We said, here's the numbers we think it is. And we got to the conversation that what numbers do you want put in there? Service upgrade, pole replacements regular, miscellaneous replacements and additions. They are what they are going to be, right? Chris is pretty much was right on with the numbers that we presented in the first budget. So if you go back and look at Rev 1 on your call to order and what we said we thought we needed to put in the budget compared to what actually got put in there, It'll be way, way closer to what Chris originally had estimated on all these. Don't know if that helps. I'm just, it definitely when it comes to CapEx, some of this stuff is very hard to, or no, a lot of it is not really discretionary. And the meters and transformers, we have no idea how many of those that we order are going to actually come in. Some of them have been filtering in very quickly and you may order them all at the same time. So who knows?
They told us an 18-month lead on several of them. So I mean, we may have everything we're going to get before the end of the year, and we may get another $500,000 in before the end. That's part of some of that stuff. You don't know where it's going to fall yet. It's very hard for me to predict when something's going to ship when it doesn't hit this budget or this stuff until it gets here. It doesn't hit the actuals till it gets here. Now, we have not historically updated the budget as things have been approved by the board as we go. So I don't know if it would help to put a note on there that says, hey, we've approved X, but I can't tell you when they're going to come for sure. I mean, we ordered a bucket truck in last year's budget. We talked about ordering a bucket truck. It's not going to show up this year, but we've already ordered it. If it miraculously showed up this year, we'd have to pay for it.
But these transformers aren't hitting this until you actually write the check.
Yes, that's when they hit.
So you've only got 30 days left of gonna hit this year's financials.
Well, I got 90.
What are your terms on the transformers? You pay on delivery or?
Yeah. So they,
do you have 30-day terms or 45-day terms?
well, I mean, if we got them in stock, they're going to hit this because they're received, they perform. I mean, it's.
Right, but it's not the cash function. It's when we receive them.
Yes.
Okay. So if we receive them by the end of the year, they're going to hit this.
Yes.
They hit that when you get them on the property, not when you pay for it.
They hit this when we get an invoice, which is usually just within a couple of days of them hitting the property.
I was thinking more like if they got here and then you had 30 days to pay the bill, then you'd have, that's why I was saying you've only got 30 more days. That'd be the end of November.
Yeah, but anything
Anything
that comes before the end of December is going to hit this because it's accrual accounting. So if it's here by the end of the year, it's ours.
Okay.
And it's going to show up here.
But I do think it'd be helpful, just because we're going into budget, if we could update the budget versus year to date, so that we can see, let's say XYZ doesn't come in, we know that number's already carried over and approved, and it doesn't look like the budget versus the year to date actuals are so misaligned. I think that would be, if that's not too much to do, I think that would be a help to see what's been approved, because that, like you said, that budget's not the right number.
No, and that was part of what the LE, but the LE is my best guess every month. And I don't, it's very difficult for me to guess when stuff's going to ship.
Right, but if you could just get the budget numbers done and come, January 1st, we can see that number's carried over, approved in 2022, but still sitting there for 2023 to pay out.
So when we bring in the budget for we need to update the things that we got approval in here.
Right.
So that for next year, when they're looking at that budget, that relates.
So realistically, if something is approved at a meeting, you're wanting me to update the budget at that time.
That would be helpful for me,
But specifically for next year's budget.
specifically as we're looking at 2020
Yes.
budget.
Now, I don't know, maybe it's not, is it really that? So let's say we do come in and ask for us, because we've come in and asked for budget approvals more than a few different times. And I don't think we actually went in and.
We have never
I don't
changed.
think this is as important as we're looking at the next year's budget comparable.
That's
We
huge.
don't change the beginning budget throughout the year.
Yeah, it causes all kinds of
For
headache,
the actual budget comparison.
definitely for next year, yeah. So that when we're comparing new budget compared to old budget, it has that in there yeah, I completely agree. We can do that.
And in the last 2 months, we've gotten a ton of transformers. I mean, it's a good thing.
Well, we went 2 or 3 years there without having any work done and now we're making up for it. But there's a couple that are gonna make up that 5, 7 worst case scenario that are out of our control. They're a line extension that Am I supposed to bring that? I don't know. He doesn't have me bring it to you because it's non,
Yeah, but line extension shouldn't go against this. All that should go against this is net.
exactly, but the net's a big number.
It shouldn't be.
Revenue credit for a big company is huge.
30 months, right?
30 months for a company that has a bill of $25,000 a month, it's a big revenue credit. We'll go over it, yeah, so you know. So I don't know when you want me to bring that to me. I mean, I don't feel like, I think as soon as we know about it, I need to make you aware of it, but unless we want to get to the point where the board says, yes, we can go forward with putting that new service in, which I think would be really, really hard. A lot of this stuff is non-discretionary. It's stuff we got to do. And that's why it's not as cut and dry as what was asked earlier is, here's your budget, go follow it, you know? I mean, we tried, we worked on this budget last year. We told you where we thought these numbers were going to be, and we got to the conversation of what numbers do you want me to put in there? We changed it. Guess what? We're going to be really close to the numbers that we had in Rep 1. So I don't know.
Well, forward, that's a good idea. Suzanne. Go to the next item.
You don't have slides for that, right?
I have.
You're going to have to send that to me.
Okay.
Or you can tell me where it's at. Sending it. Authored it. All right.
So this was the different scenarios to come back based off how much our margins, our CapEx, our capital credits, how much we borrow, what our equity to assets would be. And I did 2023 because there is a lot of moving parts. It's very difficult the spreadsheet to create a plug and play would be rather difficult. So I have all the different, I picked some different ideas. I picked 25-year capital credit rotation, 28 and 30 is the numbers I used. A margin of 1 million, $1.5 million, and 2 million. And then I used CapEx of 2 million, 3 million, and 4 million. And then I calculated what that would be from a borrowing standpoint, as well as what that would do to our equity to assets. So this is to give you an idea based off all the different the levers that you pull. If you can go down, Brett.
Let me freeze this.
So the orange is kind of where I think next year in total will fall from a margin standpoint. And that will probably, I mean, the margins drive most everything. Or at least it's one of the major components that drives it. I mean, I guess all three of them drive it. Margins and CapEx, I feel like drive it more than anything else. And so in general, I guess this kind of gives you an idea of if you have $1.5 million in margins and you do $2 million CapEx and you have a 30-year capital credit rotation, you're going to have to borrow about $900,000 and your equity is going to be roughly 65%. at the end of the year. Now, these are, of course, likely to change somewhat. They're not set in stone. They're based off where we start, where we stop, and how close to that we actually get. But in general, the idea, I guess I'm trying to show here from the different options is that if your revenue increases and your CapEx increases and the more money you borrow and lower your equity, I mean, in general, they all tie together. If you make a $2 million margin, you do 2 million in CapEx, you don't have to borrow much. I mean, it's kind of, and your equity will change in turn. So, from a financial management plan standpoint, there's not a ton of stuff that has changed in this since June. It's more of a give the guardrails of where it needs to stay, give a target, and we can build everything from that.
Are you gonna send us to this, or we're gonna get this?
I can, yeah.
I would like to see this.
I'm gonna emailing you a reminder list, Brett, of the stuff we discussed to email it to like the different slides tonight. I'm just gonna go through an email list. If we could have that, that would be great.
Yep.
But if we could start getting them the Friday before the meeting so we could look at them. I look at a lot of stuff over the weekend. It'd be nice to have this stuff.
Honestly, we just finished this thing up today. We've been working on this to try to get a good idea to get our hands around. But I'll be quite honest, our recommendations in the picture is no different than what we sent you last month.
I mean, I don't change what I have from the beginning of, in general, I had John look it over last month and he said he thought it seemed reasonable. And I mean, the recommendations from June he looked over, I mean, he said they seem to be in line. And I guess what I would like is just tell me where you want us to pick. I mean, just pick a target and we can go from there.
What's in your capital credit number? That's just DCRMC?
Yes.
So how are you accounting for Hoosier?
I am not on there. I figure that I don't completely control Hoosier and the board will tell us that that's one of the variables. If I don't know what you want to do, it's hard to, that's just another variable that I didn't.
But it's not considered income though either.
The
Cash.
Is it in there?
He said it's not in there.
I didn't consider it as a variable. What I did is I
On your margin
Isn't
number.
Hoosier just a pass-through, Jason?
No, well,
It can be.
it depends.
can be.
Okay, let's, for this
Where I-
situation, let's say Hoosier's a pass-through, because this is kind of the roadmap I was requesting before, just to get an idea of what we have to do. I mean, I think this is a good place to start. Just, let's say for this example, that Hoosier's a pass-through, so
So we've gone both ways.
based on
cash
this
flow
example, we're gonna say it's pass-through.
Yeah.
Right, because there's no way.
This is faster.
If you didn't
Yes.
agree with that. That's why I'm going.
Or you get down to 5 million margins
In some of
or
those.
500,000.
And that comes with no regulations on what we have to do with it. Here's your check.
Yeah, it's whatever you want. But
I thought we're gonna get 350.
Think of this, though, I would also say, not year over year, but in general, these are the levers that we pull, and they all are interconnected. So even though next year, let's just say we get a special retirement or something and we don't pass it through, yeah, okay, that's gonna change your margin number, but in general,
well, the check back doesn't change your margin number. I mean, it's the thing is I was looking at this from a local. I mean, if Hoosier makes $1 million, our margins go up, but we don't have the cash to use it. I mean,
Well, that's different.
but you know what I mean, our margins.
Those locals returns are at a 10-year average. We know what we're getting every year.
Say something goes wrong and they can't give us our money back though. I mean,
We got bigger problems.
Just hope the lights are still on then.
but in general though, I'm looking at it from a local standpoint. I mean, we don't,
That's fine.
I mean, we have 1 out of 18 votes for the lever there.
Well, this is a good place to start. Thank you.
Well, I think from my standpoint, the equity numbers, the one that I've just been looking at consistently, month after month after month. I think we're way too high, and this is at least something quantifiable to begin to look at and say, how can we get it down? And call them levers, call them options, call them whatever. Because that's money we owe to the members.
I mean, really, the only way to lower your equity numbers is to borrow more money.
Exactly. But who do you want to borrow from?
Or pay it back. Or pay it back.
Pay it back. But to pay it back and get.
But to pay it back, you gotta have to pay it back. So
Or your CapEx.
You can lower your CapEx, but then you're lowering your liability. It's all intertwined. Not a great.
I feel fairly confident the CapEx needs to stay at a higher level, because when I went back, like I showed last time, the total utility plant, if you run the gain in plant for us compared to everybody else, we're about $9.5 million behind where everybody else was over the last decade.
We were depreciating more than we were investing.
Yes, and once you cross that, that's like a death cross from a business standpoint.
From a financial standpoint, that's why this CapEx this year being big, I haven't done anything in the last 3 years.
Well, that's the same concept as right of way. In right of way, there wasn't much done for a lot of years, and then you got to swallow real hard to catch back up. Once you're caught up, it's a lot easier to maintain than it is to catch up.
It costs about X amount of dollars to run the utility. That's what it is. There's no, you can spend less this year and more next year, but over time, it's going to cost X amount of dollars to run it. And I mean, I think if you look at all the KRTAs, they'll tell you what it takes to run. Now, there's a bit small variation between, some people have no trees. I mean, if you're out in western Kansas, you don't have to fight trees. So you don't have much right of way there. But across the country, though,
In general, though, this stuff, you look at our power bill, depreciation, and maintenance, which you have to have maintenance, that's 4% of your entire budget. You can't make these numbers up. But I do think Matt and I am 100%, I am more confident now in Matt's recommendations than I've been here. The only thing we disagree on is he thinks we should be at 25-year. I think we should be at 30.
I agree with you.
That's the only difference. I told you we should just meet in the middle on our recommendation.
Who did you agree with?
I agree with the 30 years. And if we overachieve and we're a couple of, which we are right now, we're at 28 or 28 and a half years right now. We targeted 30, high fives all around.
Everybody lives happily ever after.
So you're going to send this to us. We're going to look at it, that you're not asking for any action out of this.
I mean, I would love for you guys to start to set the parameters for this. I mean, the data hasn't changed in 6 months. I mean, it's the same as the first time I brought it. It is what it is. I mean, it's what kind of rotation do you want on capital credits? I mean, I would say, if I've got my recommendations, as far as I think it should be 25, Brett says 30. A CapEx goal range of what percentage of TUP. We could do it that way. We could do a dollar amount. I mean, we can follow the metrics the KRTA's put out that everybody else uses and say, hey, we're going to be average with everybody else. Not below average, not way above. We're going to try to follow what, in general, everybody else does.
We're in a really good spot. Financially, we are in a really good spot.
I asked you this before, but remind me, what's your depreciation number?
Our depreciation number is about $1.5 million. It'll go up some next year, but it goes up a little bit every year unless you don't. This stuff cost less 30 years ago than it does today. I mean, that's just the number that drops off. Most stuff is depreciated over 30 years with a few exceptions, and stuff drops off from 30 years ago. So, I mean, in general, unless you're really, you got a 30-year average more or less going into it.
Is there anything that's depreciated greater than 30 years?
Not that I know of.
Thank you.
I'd have to look to make sure, but I don't believe so.
Well, and as you complete higher dollar projects, current projects, your depreciation is obviously going to increase each year.
It should. If your depreciation, if your CapEx is not above your depreciation in this, you're in big trouble.
And we've been that way.
And if your depreciation is not increasing each year, you're in big trouble.
Is that all straight? 30?
Not everything. I mean, some things are less.
Most of it's
Not going to depreciate a truck over 30.
No, but I mean, any depreciation because you're using is just a straight scale.
Yeah, it's
You're not taking any bonus depreciation.
not on financial, no. And we don't pay taxes, so.
And most all these depreciation timelines are all set for us.
Yeah, RUS tells you how to do it. They're
Which is
really,
a smart way of doing it. I mean, it's,
How many life categories do they have, Matt? I mean, is it 0, 3, 5 to 7?
I think in general, you could pretty well pick what you believe in that category. I know from talking to some of our nearby co-ops that several places got in trouble because they put the newer meters on 30 years ago, and the electronic meters didn't last as long as 30 years. So they had some major write-downs there that kind of spun them the wrong way because those things aren't cheap.
So you're gonna send this information out? I guess.
And like I said, this is a rough. It's not, hey, this lever pulls. I mean, it's generally how it works.
Good starting point.
Yeah. It's not a, if these equity to asset numbers will not be exact. I mean, at the next year, if we get 1.5 million at 3 million CapEx and do 25 years, it will not come out exactly to that, but it will be close. Because where we end the year is going to impact all these numbers. So.
Well, can you work on making them exact?
If I had that kind of crystal ball, I sure wouldn't be sitting here.
Let's say it's close to.
If I knew how to do that, I probably, I would not be.
All right, anything else for Matt? All right, let's continue on. So the IEC annual meeting is coming in December. I think it's the 5th and the 6th. We need Claire, I think you were that last year, if I'm not mistaken. Anybody planning on going? Besides me? Maybe.
I nominate Steve Amrine.
I can't do it. I mean, I can't be the delegate and the AAC director. So we do need someone else.
I can do it.
Can you?
You said 5th and 6th?
It's the 5th and 6th.
So you only need to be there the 6th, right?
It's typically half a day. Is the voting? I should know. See, I don't know which date it is the voting. Well, you were there just the one first day,
Just the
right?
one day.
And that's when you voted, right? So I haven't looked at the actual schedules, but I'm assuming it's.
Was that the first day I was there?
Yeah.
It was the first day. It wasn't the second. Yeah, that's right. You were there. Okay. So I can do it unless Clay wants to.
Arm wrestle.
Whatever you want.
My schedule is open. I can do it.
it'll actually, it'll be a good meeting.
Yeah.
I'll name it Brian Shedder.
Okay, got a first, second, we have a second, Jeff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're good there. Next item. I think we had changes made to support the reduction to 7 board members when, if you read it, next time an incumbent should be not to run for reelection, where there is a vacancy during on the board of directors for any reason, the board shall amend the bylaws to change the size of the board from 8 to 7 directors. And I think we talked about it last week, or excuse me, last month. It's kind of what we came up with. And I think there's some changes then that would also occur to section 404 with the numbers of the nominating committee. The voting districts would be updated as well. There's quite a few updates there actually, but.
It seems odd to me that they're, occurring on the board of directors when there's a vacancy occurring on the board of directors for any reason. Is that for any reason?
Is that for any reason?
It seems.
When something happens.
That's what we discussed.
Yeah,
It could be a number of things.
sure.
Somebody hit the lottery.
Somebody move from the district, from their district. I mean, I think that would be implied there as well, wouldn't it?
I mean, I think legal suggests that. Expect if someone passes away. I mean, God, you don't ever want to say that, but.
If we're changing the bylaws, I think it'd be a great time to put in term limits. And I'd like to add in 3 terms of 3 years.
Say that again, Jeff, 3 terms?
Of 3 years.
Of 3.
3
terms. 3 3-year terms.
Is that the only way you would
Yes.
respond favorably?
Is it
I think we need more discussion on that.
And that's fine, but that's
Is that
where
a
I'm at.
separate article or is that a separate bylaw or is it within this bylaw?
It'd be within the bylaws.
Is there another bylaw that's?
There is no term limits right now.
But would want to go in this one probably.
Yeah, I think you'd want it to bylaw.
I'd have to think it. At one time I agreed with them and then I went back the other way and.
And please think about it for
Yeah.
next month,
Yeah.
but that's where I'm at.
So I guess what we're saying, somebody could still make a motion here. If they want to approve this, why not?
That could be handled as a separate matter.
I need it to be all at the same time. If you would say a friendly amendment. No, again, I might not dispute that either, but I do believe there has to be term limits.
Would that be for current or any new, could we make that for any new board members?
I would want it to be existing. Jason's, he's thinking 12 years, and I might not be opposed to that, but I want term limits involved.
What's the rationale for 9 or 12?
They have to be in increments of 3.
Yeah, but I mean, why would it not be 18 or 21?
Well, I just think there needs to be term limits so more people are involved.
My knee-jerk reaction to your question is considering the amount of training that you need to do and the investment that's being made in you by the co-op, I feel like 9 years may not be enough time to get all that done and really get the bang for the buck.
But the training program you got done, it's got to be done in 3.
Yeah,
So-
I know, but there are a lot of opportunities. And it goes, that whole deal of networking and working with people in the state, there's a lot of value in all that, even though you're not getting a stamp on your name that says, I did my CCD or whatever. I don't know. I don't agree with Jeff though, in some kind of a term. Maybe I just don't know what I think about them here.
I just don't know that they're, I consider them mutually exclusive, I guess. I think we could still go ahead and respond to this without having term limits here.
my personal opinion, there's been enough turnover on the board. I don't think we have to worry about term limits.
Based on the last election.
So a toy with a motion. If nobody wants to make a motion, we'll talk further about incorporating the two, I suppose, but we have as a board, I think this.
So Jeff, you won't, without the term limit in here, whether it's 9 or 12, you will not.
I will not.
There was, I think it would be healthy for the board to have.
But I mean, we could vote on this and that doesn't preclude us from adding term limits subsequently either. It's not as though it's all or nothing tonight.
I just made my stance. I won't support this changing bylaws without changing and adding term limits.
And I'm just one. I'm not going to vote on the term limits without doing a little more homework.
I agree.
That's
I'd
fair.
like it all to be on one, not do an amendment. Let's just like do it all at the same time.
So how do we make sure we get that?
Or we have to come up with how many and then just legal slicks it, basically.
Well, and maybe now's the time to talk about it. I mean, I don't know where, before legal would make any modifications or recommended modifications, we've got to kind of know what we're talking about. So do we think about it for another month and then talk next month? Approach we take?
You know, I just don't want it to get passed up. I think it ought to be whether it's.
You don't want what to get passed up?
Term limits.
Well, they're not connected directly here, the way I interpret it. I mean, somebody may have a different opinion, but I think it's still something we can discuss, but.
This is going to require supermajority.
Right.
So
We could do some research and ask. other
I'm not going to support his term limit thing until I can, I need to think about that and do some more work on my end.
Yeah, so we need 6, okay. So we'll,
Because I think we all collectively agreed that this was in the best interest of the membership going to the 7th, right? We talked about that. We went around the room.
sure, that's why we went ahead.
And it's all right to talk about the term limit. I mean, I'm not opposed to talking.
All right, so we'll table this for next month. We'll incorporate, really what we'll incorporate next month is just probably have a topic on an agenda item related to term limits, a generalization. Okay, are we good with that? All right, let's go. Let's continue on. Crystal.
So we're going to talk about special retirements to uncollectible accounts. Today, the process for anybody who moves off of our lines that doesn't pay their bill, they get 2 final bills. And then after those 2 final bills, the 3rd month, they get sent to the collection agency. But it's kind of in 2 different phases. So the first phase, they get a series of 5 letters over the 4 weeks. They get a little bit more aggressive on you pay your bill. If they don't pay within that 30 days, then the next month they get submitted to an actual full-fledged collection agency. And at that point, if they pay the next month, we lose 40% of that money because that's what it costs to send it to a third party to handle. So today, we're not doing anything with their capital credits other than in 30-year cycle, anytime that they have a capital credit retirement each year sent to them, it applies to their UA. And then the balance just gets reduced by 10 or 15 bucks. And most of these people aren't like long-standing Decatur County RMC members where they've got thousands and thousands of dollars. So Jenny and I have been talking about this for probably 2 years. There is a process that we can run every month prior to submitting these over to a collection agency to where we would basically apply any capital credits that they have to that UA. So if they have $100 in capital credits, but they owe us $50, we would take $50, we would pay off the UA, and then the other 50 would just sit there on their account, and over the time of the next 30 years, they would get an actual check instead of it just applying to that UA. Ultimately, what it's going to do is today the equity, well, this has been like 2 months when she ran this, but our equity percent was 61.8099. Running this process would drop it to 61.3016. So it literally does nothing. It's just moving it on the balance sheet from AR down to the capital credits.
Cleaning it up.
It's just cleaning it up, yeah. So then we're not paying the collection agency 40% on a capital credit payment that we're giving them anyway of our own money. Seems a little silly. So, there's nothing, when I went through the bylaws, there's nothing that needs to be changed because it just says that we're gonna pay it out as we deem necessary. We don't differentiate that it's gonna be to a UA or just to an active member. It doesn't, there's not detailed verbiage like that.
Is there any legal precedent around this?
No,
Because it's a disbursement by us.
Correct.
Doesn't matter who it's going to.
yeah, because they're not getting the money anyway. I mean, it's just going straight to the collection agency every year when we do the write-offs. So, and it would eliminate the step that we have to manually report these to the collection agency every year. Because now we would just be paying it off right at that moment. And we can kind of cut out the whole extra step.
Crystal, on the 2 phases of collection, you mentioned like a soft collect. Are we paying a contingency there?
No.
Nothing at all?
No.
Only when it goes over to full-fledged
Right.
collection? Is it the same company?
Yeah,
When you take away from their capital credits, you're taking away from the later, most recent years or the,
it would be the oldest.
Oldest
Yeah,
years,
because that's how we pay out.
I don't know if you did that or you just did it across the board.
It would be the oldest.
I don't know, oh, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, obviously, if they only have 3 years worth of capital credits and it takes all their money, it's year to take all their money. So some of them will not pay off all of their balance, but when we ran the test, it was $190,000. It was $190,722 is the amount of money that we can apply to UAs from capital credits that we can clean up off our books. So it's a decent number, but it doesn't do much to our equity just because it's such a huge number.
$100,000.
Yeah.
What do you need us to do?
Just want you to say, yep, that you're okay with us starting to do that process.
We need to make it more official?
No, you don't need.
No, we just wanted to make sure you guys were
Good
good with us because the first,
See the heads nodding?
yeah, the first hit that we do is gonna be around 190. So you'll see that drop and then we'll do it every month and then you won't even see much.
I think we're good with that.
Yeah,
Chris.
okay, perfect.
Thank you. Next thing, we have some policy reviews.
So you want me to hit them up?
Yeah, you go ahead. We'll
Okay.
get through this.
So 1015, merely a review and title. Policy 1016. So Jeannie and I had talked about this and we hadn't had this reviewed by legal in some time. And the fact that obviously a lot of law that governs employees' rights and anti-harassment. So we did send this to legal. I think every single one of these changes was recommended and worded that way. Service to members. The only update we did on that one was because, I'm sorry, it's 223. The only change there is just to clarify the meter pool thing, obviously due to the meter pool project and then the title. And select employees was nothing other than just the review.
On the anti-harassment, is this version, was this just updated after legal review? Because this, I don't remember looking at this one.
I said,
Is it a different version of
which one?
anti-harassment? 1016.
Have you hit refresh? Yeah. It's not coming up on your.
Well, I've got it. No, what I'm saying is the version I'm seeing now, and I didn't look at anything today, is not the one that I thought I looked at the last couple of days. Has it been up? Has that?
I updated on Monday. Did you send it to us?
I did. I sent an email.
I've looked at it since then.
He's referring to, which one?
1016.
Yeah, but from in the policy?
This one's 1022.
So correct. I'm still confused. I did.
So what was sent last Friday had very minor changes in it. I don't know that it had any, it was just a review. But we sent it to legal after talking with Steve, and we didn't have any, so I didn't have a response back from legal. Steve was like, should we take it off or not? And I'm like, well, we got responses from legal on Monday. So I uploaded it on call to order on Monday. And I don't know when he.
Maybe I didn't refer, that's what I'm saying, what I'm looking at now.
Oh, I had emailed you yesterday. Maybe you didn't check the email that you need to update your CTO. There was an email yesterday that suggested you email or you update CTO. That's what you're referring to. I was.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is the version I'm looking at now is updated from the one that I looked at previously.
Gotcha. So I think I think that question's been answered, right? So, need a motion to approve those changes.
Make a motion to approve those changes.
The first. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. All right, so those are approved. Oh, I should have, they're dated the 22nd. Just
It's dated 22nd.
say that.
No, I can still change that.
Everything else, that's fine. Just change that.
You guys are, I mean, is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, because I think that was. You guys good with that? Okay. All right, next item. So this was another email I'd sent out, trying to come up with the budget presentation day. I believe 12/22 is it's going to be our December board meeting because that falls on the fourth Thursday. Is that correct? So we don't have to look into changing that unless somebody has a issue. But I asked you to look at your calendars closely. You'll notice we have the 9th, 14th, 15th, or 16th.
I can only attend the 14th or 15th.
So the 9th will not work. I could make it work if I absolutely had to, the 14th, 15th, or 16th.
Okay, so we're narrowing it down to the 14th and 15th. Does that work for everyone else? Let's see if we can get through this really quick, guys. Yes. 14th or 15th? Help us out, Brett. What days is that on?
Tuesday or Thursday.
14th or Thursday?
December.
I'll have a board meeting on the 14th, so.
We're talking about a half day, right?
Yeah.
The morning, 9
We could shift that around if y'all want a little bit. I mean, we could go earlier and it doesn't, we just thought 9 to 12. I don't.
Yeah, I need to do, not in the middle of the day. I need to either do the front end or the back end.
15th. I'm good with that.
15th.
15th is a Thursday. Is 9 to 12 okay?
Now, typically, we've done lunch as well. Do you guys want to consider doing that? Or continuing doing that? Everybody in agreement with that? Jason, you agree with that? You want to help us organize that?
Everybody wants to do as we've done in the past. I'd be glad to ask them. If not,
No.
Was it?
We'll take a check, right, yes, sir.
If you want to,
from everyone but you.
you want to follow through with that then. So we'll plan on having lunch, so we'll continue with that. We got that then.
So we're saying the 15th then, is that right?
15, from 9 to 12. Everybody's go with the 9
to 12.
Is there an option to move the December meeting to the 21st?
15, just have to get it. 22nd. We can.
Would that be an option for the department heads to have their budget done one day sooner?
Well, they'll already have their budget. That'd be up for us to make the decision,
Would that be a big deal to make one day earlier for anyone?
as long as we can do
I'm
the
looking at my calendar.
financials and stuff.
Do it one day earlier,
That's on a Wednesday then, correct?
if it's an option.
Everybody look at their calendar.
Just bringing it in or messing it up because you have something scheduled. We use a pencil from now on.
Draw narrow.
Didn't you ever hear pencil me
Is it
in?
a bill? Is it a big deal?
We're getting close to holiday on that, you know.
Yeah, we're perfectly
If you
fine.
guys are willing to do it,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that all the directors are good.
I mean, not a time change or anything, just a day change, right?
Just today.
It's his birthday, so you gotta bring like.
Sure. Do that.
What we bringing? Cookies, margaritas.
That would be after.
So we're gonna make that change then for the December.
That would help out if that's.
I think it's fun. I'd actually rather have it on your Christmas. So our office is closed on Thursday. Or, sorry, Friday.
I was gonna say, when
It was like
Thursday.
It is now.
Thank you.
Instead of wait a second.
All right, I think we got that resolved.
You want to make a motion for that? Please.
Need a motion then for the change for the board date, right?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. We go from the 22nd to the
21st, same time. Got a first, got a second.
Really? Sorry, I didn't mean to shock.
Sure, all in favor, say aye. All right, so we got that change made. Next item, Jason, you wanna talk about nuclear energy.
Yeah, real quick, we had a board meeting on, what, 10:10. At a board meeting, the minutes are in here, call to order. The main highlight that wasn't official at the board meeting, but the Hallador deal did close last week, after first. So that ownership has been transferred to Hallador of the Merriam Generating Station. Hoosier is currently hedged both in energy capacity through 2025 and has issued RFP for 2026 beyond, but we're covered. We also had a finance and audit committee meeting today. The first item, we approved an extension of an EDR for 1 year. That was expiring. The second was, we had to authorize a PPA modification in a solar project. Costs are coming in a lot higher for these developers than they had anticipated. And they also need to change their delivery dates. They're not going to be ready, and it's going to cost a little bit more money. It wasn't a significant change, but we did approve that. And then third, we approved, and this has to go to the full board for approval and RUS, but we did approve mitigation steps for Q1 of 23 that will not be for the distribution co-op, but will go directly to members. We'll go directly to end of line users, not to get county RMC. But again, that's not approved, but that's a pretty significant amount of money. And this is because trackers going up. We all know that. We've been talking about fuel costs and energy crisis and war in Europe. I mean, this is not a surprise to anybody, but the new lower rates from Hoosier don't go into effect until April. So first quarter of 23, we're going to have a higher tracker and the old Hoosier rate, which is still higher. So it's going to be kind of double whammy. So this will mitigate some of the increase in the tracker and kind of smooth that out for members until we get to that April 1st date. So we're doing everything they can, I feel like, are willing to at least investigate options to help distribution co-ops and end of line people to help manage these costs. So that passed unanimously today, and that'll go to full board next month, and I would imagine that will go through. Yeah.
Good. Anything else?
I think that's really the main takeaways.
Okay, I'll make mine very brief too from NEC perspective. We had a meeting on the 19th. So the 2023 budget was passed with like an overall increase of around 1% for the dues-based portion of it anyway. We heard that there was a successful negotiation of the purchase of the facility, but additional decisions will still be made for renovation. So, you know, it sounds like there was a great deal coming out of that, but the anticipation is that there'll be a lot of modifications. with maybe some additional building, if you will, to support directors' meetings and training. I already told you when the IC annual meeting was gonna be. Project Indiana is going to continue this next year for Guatemala. I don't know how to pronounce the town that it's in, but I know they're looking for, I think, 14 or 15 linemen. And then we had breakout sessions, and I think Brett alluded to this earlier regarding EVs, kind of, where they've been, where we've been, or how it started, and the infrastructure that's going to be needed to support, the additional EVs in the system. And, they really think it's still going to continue to take off, but it's a discussion about that. Other than that, that's really all I have for EVs, or excuse me, for ICs and EVs. Next item, I think we're going to hear from Suzanne.
I've been in the Women in Energy meeting this morning since 8 a.m., even though I have none right now. It was really informational. I hope I get the opportunity to go back next year. It was really good. I've sat through some of those types before and just walked out saying, okay, but it was really interactive. It was really good. Ironically, I walked in and registered, and the lady, I didn't know who she was. And she's like, oh my goodness, you were a North Decatur pom-pom girl when I was in elementary. I'm like, I think I was. So she works for AES. And then I sat down and introduced myself to someone by their table, and was Sayward Fry, who's Rachel Sullivan's sister. So that was a very small world I walked into. She works for IEC now. So a very small world I walked into this morning. But Allison Clements, who works for the federal regulation, one of the 5 commissioners, spoke about being on the board and not getting along as boards and getting along as boards. There's 5 commissioners, 2 were appointed by the previous administration and 3 are appointed by the current administration. So, when you talk politics on the board, it is definitely defined with them. She made the comment about setting goals for the board, and number 1, have to agree on that goal and then review it with each other, whether it's retreats or getting together. Sometimes it's better to stand back and then you'll stand out. You may not agree on everything to get to that goal, but the goal has to still be agreed upon. Talked about men versus women conversations. And she kind of ironically said they were thrilled that they're up to 22% females, and they thought that was great percentage. Courtney Metzger from Bartholomew CEO was on a panel talking about culture changes, cost of service. It was multiple times they said, like we all say, affordability, reliability, and sustainability. But you can throw the clean energy and the alternate sources and the EVs out the windows if you can't maintain those 3. Talking about the millennials coming and the change the millennials are bringing to everyone in every capacity of every walks of life. Biggest challenges they see in our as females or as commissioners is everybody agrees with the clean energy transition. It's just the time frame and the money they're going to have to spend to get it there. They were thinking 2050 on a lot of things. Now it's 2030. And they had a list of things on that. Shortage on the supply and demand. The supply and demand transformers were a big topic. The coal investments going overseas having a local effect. I think that's about it. Michael Jefferson from MISO did a diversity training, and he could really double as a stand-up comedian. I laughed till I had tears coming out. It was very well done. It was a very good day.
Good.
I was very impressed.
Who put that on? Is that through IEC or who was it?
It's their own, it's Women in Energy. It's like they created themselves.
It's a nonprofit.
It's its own
Yes.
source. MISO, Microsoft, AES, ACES, a lot of large platinum donors for that. The one said, with a lot of rural electric, not necessarily just but rural electric, we used to use old road maps and get out the atlas. We were going places. It's time to now we use our phones. And even if there's traffic, it reroutes us. That the investment of, technology investment's not always positive to our members. So it's good. I was very impressed with how it was put on too.
What was attendance? How many were there?
150, basically between 100 and 150. I know, Crystal, you've been there before. I guess it's been 2 years since they've had it. But the breakout sessions were good. It was a lot of vendors. It was well done.
Those are good learning experiences, without a doubt.
Yeah.
All right, anybody have anything else? I think we're close to adjourning. If everyone's ready, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Got it.
Second. Got a first and a second. All right, we're adjourned, everyone. We will go into executive session.